of April. I want to urge all the responsible duty bearers to ensure compliance of the timelines. Remember, this is election year. At the same time, we should also be able to finish the budget. I want to thank you all for coming. Yes.
Madam.
Let me first hear from Minister of Foreign Affairs. Shadow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the communication. I've seen in the press you interacting with members of the diplomatic community, and I wish to use the same opportunity to raise another pertinent concern.
Just a minute.
Yes.
Are you reacting on my communication or on my personal discussion with my visitors? I am not going to allow a discussion on diplomatic persons in this house. That's why I never even allowed them to come and sit in the gallery there. So if you have an issue,
yes,
you can equally invite them and have a talk with them.
Madam Speaker, I wasn't responding to those specifically, but to your reaction.
You see, when you stand up, you're reacting to what the speaker has mentioned in the communication. That is what you're supposed to do, not smuggling in what you think you want the cameras to see.
Most obliged, Madam Speaker, and I take your guidance. As a Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs and as a Member of Parliament for Chadondo County East, alive to the rules, and as a reaction to your communication, I want to register my disappointment within your communication towards the government and security apparatus, who on Monday last week using jet.
Honorable Mwada.
Madam Speaker, this is
just a minute. Can you first sit? Honorable Mwada, when you say you are alive to the rules, I will now ask you which rule. Okay? Macho?
Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate strongly your communication to the August House and agree with you that we are in the time of political process that makes absenteeism of some members or delay to take place. But however, truly, to confirm it, we are hearing voices that we want to settle since we are in the time of budgeting. The other time, members of the Uganda Democratic Party were holding their national conference in Soroti, and I saw Honorable Robert Mao, a minister in the government of NRM, crying how his agreement that was made by the National Resistance Movement is not being fulfilled. It is my prayer also at the same time that since he's working with the same government, those cooperative agreements that he made with the National Resistance Movement, they should finish them in the boardroom. Since our people are busy concentrating to use money of the PDM, they should leave us handle very important matters like issues that the Right Honorable Prime Minister talked about yesterday of a number of some members who are printing ballot papers in Jinja. Bad enough they are not here, Madam Speaker. I want to protect myself by not talking or mentioning their names. But
No.
if Honorable Namuga was here, I would have mentioned it.
Don't talk about Honorable Namuga. Have you seen her anywhere here? Is that in response to my communication?
Exactly, Madam Speaker, about the political process that is taking place. I therefore want us to do good political process, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Item 3 on the order paper. Bills first reading. The Mortgage Refinance Institutions Bill 2025.
Honorable members, pursuant to Article 91(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, Rule 128 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I hereby invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, who has delegated the Minister of Trade to lay the bill for the first reading.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I wish to lay the Mortgage Refinance Institutions Bill 2025 memorandum for the first reading. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Honorable members, pursuant to Rule 129(1) of the Rules of Procedure, the bill stands referred to the Secretarial Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And Rule 129(2) applies. Thank you. Please, where is the certificate?
Right Honorable Speaker, with it accompanied is a certificate of financial implications.
Can I have a
and I
look
also
at
wish
it?
to lay.
Item 4 on the order paper. Laying of papers.
Honorable Nyeko, you have something to say? Honorable members, I am told, you know, in my village there are no TVs, no radios. When I'm in the village, I just sit in the house. I'm told the members, our members, who were arrested, who were taken to prison, we have a role where we can allow them to make personal statement. And in that role, you will write to the Speaker and we'll give you space on the order paper to come and make a personal statement. Don't imagine we don't mind about you. We do care about our members. So we'll give members space to make personal statement. Jonah, are you okay, Jonah? You are arrested. Yes, Honorable Nyeko.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nyeko, is it on what I've said?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nyeko, what would be good and smart enough is for us to finish where we are, because for the flowing of the Hansard, because now we are on laying of papers. Let's lay the papers and then we can have that. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I have
Honorable Mwada, am I speaking in the language you understand or what? Yes.
Item 4 on the order paper. Laying of papers. 4A, sorry. Ministerial policy statements and budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026. 4.1A, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs.
Honourable members, yesterday we received 21 ministerial statements, for which I commend those ministers. We still have some pending ones to be laid, and that is pursuant to Section 1313 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 146 of the Rules of Procedure. So can we have those that are ready to be laid?
Ministry of Internal Affairs.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, pursuant to Section 13(3) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended and Rule 146(1) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to lay the Ministerial Policy Statement for the following votes under the Ministry of Internal Affairs for the financial year 2025-2026. Vote 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Headquarters. Vote 120, National Citizenship and Migration Control. Vote 135, Government Analytical Laboratory. Vote 137, National Identification and Registration Authority. Vote 144, Uganda Police Force. Vote 145, Uganda Prison Service. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Honourable members, in furtherance to Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act and Rule 146 Sub-Rule 3 of Rules of Procedure, the Ministerial Policy Statement stands referred to Committee of Defence and Internal Affairs.
The Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, pursuant to Section 13(3) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended and Rule 146 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, that the Ministerial Policy Statement for vote for Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, vote 007, 102, Electoral Commission. Vote 105, Uganda Law Reform Commission. Vote 106, Uganda Human Rights Commission. Vote 119, Uganda Registration Service Bureau. Vote 133, Directorate of Public Prosecutions. Vote 148, Judicial Service Commission. Vote 311, Law Development Center for the financial year 2025-2026. Be laid.
Thank you. In furtherance to Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act and Rule 146 Sub-Rule 3, the Ministerial Policy Statement stands referred to Sectoral Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. And honourable members, I hope this time around we don't have copy and paste. We've always had a copy and paste of this ministerial statements. Yes.
Ministry of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, pursuant to Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended and Rule 146(1) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, that a Ministerial Policy Statement for Integrated Transport Infrastructure and Services Program, vote 016, Minister of Works and Transport, vote 609, Local Government, be laid.
Thank you. In furtherance to Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 146 Sub-Rule 3 of Rules of Procedure, the Ministerial Policy Statement stands referred to the Sector Committee of Fiscal Infrastructure.
Item 4B, laying of papers, waiver of outstanding tax areas.
Minister of Agriculture is not here. Honorable members, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, even after all that reminder, has not brought the ministerial policy statement. The Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Public Service Commission have not brought. Yes?
Right Honorable Speaker.
And don't tell me about the deadline. Don't. Because we guided you, we must have them.
Yes, and
the 15th you're going to talk about is a Saturday. When you come here, that because the deadline is 15th, we manage the operation of this house.
No, we have until tomorrow, right, Honorable, and we'll lay everything.
We are not, you're not going to guide us.
Much obliged, the Right Honorable, tomorrow.
Honorable members, we gave these people all the time to bring the ministerial statements, and if you cannot bring them, what do you want us to do? We come to the house, nobody is seated there. Members are raising issues, nobody is there to answer. What do you want us to do?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at the earlier time I wanted to raise this procedural matter. Honorable Martin is the State Minister for Tourism, and is the one acting, trying to lay all these papers on behalf of all other ministries. Again, given a very tight schedule that you have given to us in your communication, and we are running out of time. There are very many ministers in different ministries. Agriculture, about 3 of them. When you go to public service, the same thing. And maybe just to clarify, has he been given all this delegation? Or is acting, because we may again run in another scenario where they said we did not delegate him. And he tends to withdraw even what he has submitted. Now that is here, because the Prime Minister is not here, Government Chief Whip is not even here. We have seen Honorable Miles just come in. Madam Speaker, we don't want to run in a scenario where somebody again comes and says, even what Honorable Martin has submitted is not the right one.
No, where somebody will write to the President and say, oh, that's not what we decided as a House. So can you clarify, because I was not notified that you are the acting leader of government business.
I want to thank Honorable Court for raising the matter. But Right Honorable Speaker, we are one government. I thought what matters the most is the content of these ministerial policy statements. And indeed, they are from these ministries. And I don't think any colleague will complain about the content.
There's an order.
But
Honorable Martin, you are not the most senior minister around.
Madam
You just needed to say that you are the only person who was around, and you need at that time, and you needed to do work for government because of collective responsibility. It is as simple as that. Next,
Madam Speaker, you have permitted me to submit on my order matter.
No.
The minister was submitting as if.
No. Next item.
Item 4B, laying of papers, waiver of outstanding tax areas for Fresh Cuts Uganda Limited.
Honorable members, there was a letter that had been written by the Minister of Finance, and after a thorough discussion, and we agreed there is no money. We cannot continue on waiving. Next item.
Item 4C, laying of papers, report of the delegation to the 80th session of the Executive Committee and the 45th Conference of Presidents of National Parliamentary Assemblies of African Parliamentary Union, held in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, from 11th to 15th December 2023.
Honorable members, our representative of this forum is Honorable Faith Loru Nakut, the woman member of Parliament, District Woman Representative of NAPAC, and the District Woman member will table the report. Please go ahead.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to table a report of the Ugandan parliamentary delegation to the 80th session of the Executive Committee and the 45th Conference of the Presidents of National Parliamentary Assemblies of African Parliamentary Union in a meeting held in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, from 11th to 15th December 2023. Our report is made under Rule 33, and I request to summarize for you, but also to draw the attention of the House on the issues, especially the resolutions of the African parliaments. It was a meeting attended by at least 19 parliaments in the continent and 5 other international organizations in Côte d'Ivoire. 8 members from Uganda were present, and we represented you well. The themes of the conference and the executive committee meeting were as follows. 1, combating insecurity and terrorism, especially on the factors of political instability and recession in the continent. The other was the development of intra-African trade with a view to effective implementation of the African Regional Integration Agenda. I wish to report that the meetings, the 2 conferences, the conference and the executive committee meeting went very well. In the conference, the meeting of the women parliamentarians in the continent that we had, we were lucky that our own Honorable Betty Itho Naluima, the woman MP from Wakiso, was elected the Vice President of the Women Committee for the African Parliaments. It is a term she is serving even this year. Thank you very much, Honorable Betty.
Thank you. Congratulations, sister.
She is serving even now. Maybe she will hand over in December if she's not given a second term. In that session, also our own Honorable Remigio Achia was elected the auditor of the APU. The assignment he executed very well in the last financial year, and he was given another term. So he is serving even now as the auditor of the APU on behalf of Uganda. There were key resolutions that were made in this conference. Then I will highlight just 2. One was the participation of women and youth in the intra-African trade. Members were urged to take to their parliaments on the need to make our borders safe, especially for women, and to support the youth in intra-African trade. That one, it's something, the resolutions of the executive committee have clear outline on what each state should do. And I will urge that the sectoral committees pick it up so that we can see how to support our border posts to make it safe for women and youth to participate in this trade. The other is the making available of trade information for citizens to participate. Even though there is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, an agreement which Uganda signed to, the information seems not to be coming out clearly to the citizens to participate. This conference also highlighted the key issues that have created political instability and insecurity generally in the continent. And the parliamentarians in all the continent were urged to make sure that those issues are put under check, and they are just two. One, economic. The conference unpacked the economic quest that makes youth vulnerable to the point where they participate in causing insecurity in the country. The other is democracy, constitutionalism, and the rule of law. As you are aware that by the time these conferences were happening, there was turmoil in parts of West Africa. So it informed the kind of discussion that we had. I beg to submit, Right Honorable.
Thank you so much for the report, and the report is informative. It will be deposited in the Parliamentary Library for ease of access. So thank you so much. Honorable members in the public gallery this afternoon, we have student leaders of Buheshu Students Association in Buheshu West County. They are represented by Honorable Bilaro Ephraim. Who is Ephraim? Ephraim is there. And Honorable Olive Koyochenga. But you also have Francis here. Francis, you are also from Buheshu. You're most welcome. Please join me in welcoming them. You can, Bilaro, you can greet your people. But the people are not seeing your face.
So
Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My people have always known me to be sitting on your right. So that's why I was just reluctant to cross, but with your permission, Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much.
No problem. You speak.
I take the opportunity to thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and honourable colleagues for coming people from Buheshu. They are from Buheshu, not only Buheshu West. So, but majority of them are from Buheshu West. Right Honourable Speaker, these youths who are here, one important thing they want to hear, a pronouncement from this parliament, is about affirmative action in service delivery for Buheshu. That would summarize all things.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Francis. I'm told they are not only from the West. You can also greet them.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I also want to take this singular opportunity to welcome the young people from Buheshu. This is Parliament, this is where we sit, and you're welcome all the time to come and see what we do here. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Olive is on an assignment. She's out for an assignment. Next.
Item 4D.
Yes, procedure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A while ago, we had the challenges in tabling municipal policy statements, and since we entered this house, we see ministers. There is a regular suspect in the house, Honorable Henry Musasizi, but we don't know who is the really leader of government business. What are they fearing? Would it be possible to know whether Honorable Nakut is taking it for some time today? Otherwise, we wish to conduct business by knowing who is the leader of government business today. So, if it pleases, Honorable Musasizi can enjoy that day, as usual, since he's the regular suspect here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over there, Nico.
General. Next item, next item.
Item 4D, laying of papers, report of the delegation to the 81st session.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
You know why Honorable Nakuti is seated there? Because she still has to present this report. That's why you see her seated there. Maybe she should have sat the other side. That's why she. So Honorable Nakuti, always the first is always for a leader of government business. So you can find where to sit first. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I come with a very heavy heart, having seen very disturbing video clips of my superior, your own, the leader of the opposition, has been roughed up by the masked JAT security officers just a few, I think, minutes ago. I may not establish the duration of time, but they are trending and they are awash on X, or rather Twitter. And Madam Speaker, they have visited a lot of wrath. They have occasioned all manner of brutality on him, and I highly doubt whether he will make it here. My fear is that they might hold him incommunicado unless you make an urgent intervention, Madam Speaker, because one of your principal roles is that of being a guardian of the welfare and the privileges of your members.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Honorable, thank you for the information. Honorable General, can I find out where my leader of opposition is?
Right, Honorable Speaker, let me find out and get back.
Yes, please give us a feedback. And I would want to go and see him after the house. I want to know where he is. Next.
Item 4D, report of the delegation to the 81st session of the Executive Committee of the African Parliamentary Union, held on 4th and 5th June 2024 in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire.
Honorable Ngetho, Emmanuel of Jonamkan County is a member of this this delegation, and is going to present is going to lay on table and just give a very brief.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I beg to lay a report of the Uganda Parliamentary Delegation to the 81st session of the Executive Committee of the African Parliamentary Union, held on the 4th and the 5th June 2024 in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire. I beg to lay. But Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that I am given an opportunity to provide a summary of the report. Right Honorable Speaker, you constituted a delegation of 4 members of Parliament to represent Parliament of Uganda at the 81st session of the Executive Committee of the APU that was held on the 4th and the 5th June 2024 in Abidjan, Ivory Coast. And the members included myself, Honorable Emmanuel Ongierto, and that time I was designated as leader of delegation, Honorable James Baba, Honorable Feta Geoffrey, Honorable Kibalia, Henry Morris, and Honorable Achia Remigio. Right Honorable Speaker, the main objective of the session was to look at the report of the audit that was carried. Our main leader of delegation, Right Honorable Speaker, already stated that our own Achia Remigio was one of the auditors. And this session was dedicated to getting a report and having a discussion on the audit report. And in this session, we had 18 countries, members of the APU who attended the session. And highlights of the session, as mentioned earlier, the session was presided over by the chairperson of the executive committee, who was none other than His Excellency Mr. Adama Bitogo, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Abidjan, of Ivory Coast. And as I earlier mentioned, the session considered mainly the audit report. And I wish to inform this august House that Achia, this is a reputation, was our auditor. And from the discussions which came, I must add that actually Achia was the toughest of the auditors. And even the Secretariat recognized that it's Achia that brought out the issues that were affecting them. And in it, there was payment of membership to the Parliamentary Union. Madam Speaker, we want to thank you very sincerely, because a number of countries had not yet paid their dues, but Parliament of Uganda has paid their dues, and we are not in arrears at all. So thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. One of the things which was outstanding was the retirement of staff. Actually, it came out clearly from the audit that only 2 staff were not due for retirement, and all the other staff should have been retired. But they continued to work. The audit came out clearly about that. And what also came out, and members were very strong about, was that the Secretary General was supposed to make sure that those who were supposed to retire actually retire. And when it came to recruitment, there was supposed to be consideration for the regional balance, because the auditors also noted that the current staffing were mainly from specific regions, and which members thought was unfair. And Right Honorable Speaker, I want to go towards the end, where Uganda as a delegation actually made some key recommendations, apart from the other recommendations that members can read from what has been uploaded. The Uganda parliamentary delegation in particular advised the Secretary General to ensure that management of annual financial contributions from member parliaments of APU were done in accordance with the financial management practices and principles, and in accordance with the approved work plans of the APU. The delegation further advised that the Secretary General should ensure that financial statements prepared by the Secretariat should be free of any inaccuracies as raised by the audit team. And I need to add a little here, Madam Speaker, that the auditors had found quite a number of irregularities, and a number of delegations were silent about some of the issues, and it was particularly the Ugandan delegation that was strong about bringing out the issues, and that is why we had to make sure that this comes through in this report. The Ugandan parliamentary delegation urged delegates from national groups in attendance to consider appointment of future Secretary Generals of APU to be on a rotational basis, taking into consideration aspects of regional balance, official languages of the APU. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Emmanuel. And as I said before, this is informative, and it will be deposited in the library for you to easily access it and for you to read whenever you need it. Thank you.
Item 4E, report of the delegation to the 82nd session of the Executive Committee of the African Parliamentary Union and the 46th Conference of Presidents of National Parliamentary Assemblies of the African Parliamentary Union, held on 5th to 9th October 2024 in N'Djamena, Chad.
I have a request from the Minister of Public Service that he wants to lay his document, his ministerial statement. He came late, and these members were here very early. Unless you're going to apologize to them, and then you lay your document.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the chance given to me, having come late, but I also wish, Right Honorable Speaker, to register my apologies for coming late. We are indeed very sorry as public service. However, I appreciate the chance given to me. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that pursuant to Section 1313 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 1461 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, that the policy statement for Vote 146, Public Service Commission of the Ministry of Public Service for the financial year 2025-2026 be laid. I beg to move. Right Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you. In furtherance to Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 146 sub Rule 3 of Rules of Procedure, the Ministerial Policy Statement stands referred to the Secretarial Committee of Public Service and Local Government. Read the what is being laid.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Kema, can you reread it?
Item 4E, report of the delegation to the 82nd session of the Executive Committee of the African Parliamentary Union and the 46th Conference of Presidents of National Parliamentary Assemblies of the African Parliamentary Union, held on 5th to 9th October 2024 in N'Djamena, Chad.
Thank you, Honorable Nakot.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay a report, to table a report of the Uganda delegation, parliamentary delegation to the 82nd session of the Executive Committee of the African Parliamentary Union and the 46th Conference of Presidents of National Parliamentary Assemblies of the African Parliamentary Union, held from 5th to 9th October 2024 in N'Djamena, Chad. Right Honorable Speaker, in just a few minutes I will have completed summarizing, but I want to interest members in reading the detail therein. The 82nd session and the 46th conference addressed two themes. One of them was the issue of addressing the challenges of peace and security, in particular by promoting the involvement and empowerment of youth in Africa. Number two was on the conference highlighted the economic development of African countries through the development of natural resources, the diversification of the economy and industrialization. As you have noted when I tabled the other first report, the African Parliamentary Union was identifying the issues that are causing problems in our continent. And in this subsequent conference, they're going deeper into identifying what can be done practically, aware that the causes of instability are the two, as I highlighted earlier, economic and the issues of democracy. So the conference resolved that the African countries should do everything reasonably possible to explore the natural resources as a means for boosting our economic base so that our unemployed youth can be engaged in economic activities so they will not have room to think of rebel activity or other subversive activity. That was encouraged. The key learnings are those that Uganda proposed one thing which was adopted, and resolution number 15 of the political committee. Uganda proposed that countries should be encouraged to open up their borders to the African youth so that if there are opportunities in Uganda, the rest of the countries can also come and participate, just like the way our country has opened up already to the youth and the skilled people who are employed here. For example, in the tourism sector, we have a number of people working here who are from the rest of the countries of East Africa. So that resolution was adopted so that other African countries can copy and take that into serious consideration. The issue of empowerment of youth as a means for securing our continent was also re-emphasized. So those are the two issues that we should take on as the sectoral committees could examine how our mineral resources are being utilized so that our youth can be employed. Maybe even taking stock on how many youth are now participating in the mineral sector of our country. The other thing that was highlighted, which I wish to emphasize, is the need to bust out negative stereotypes that cause extremism and insecurity in our continent. Wherever we identify there is negativity coming up, we should be quick to quench it so that people are not disgruntled and cause our unnecessary turmoil in our continent. Right, Honorable Speaker, that was the matter, the issue of security and the issue of economic empowerment. How do we make our money? For as long as we do not attend to those two, there will be turmoil in the continent, unfortunately. I'm glad that our country is still handling these two matters, but let's examine that the committees of parliament should examine what we are doing to see that the youth are employed. The youth livelihood program exists. Maybe it is time to review whether it is effectively addressing the unemployment challenge of our young people so that they are not vulnerable to a situation where someone recruited our youth to take them to do a rebel activity in another country. That is the learning of this, the conference that we attended. I submit, right, Honorable.
Thank you so much. Take interest in reading it. Please let it be deposited to the parliamentary library. Next.
Item 4F, report of the Committee on Information Communications Technology and National Guidance on the performance of the national backbone infrastructure, e-government infrastructure.
The Chairman, Committee of ICT and National Guidance will table the report. Honorable Ole Tony.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the report of the Committee on ICT and National Guidance on the national backbone infrastructure, stroke e-government's infrastructure. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday we had a report still on ICT, and as you are aware, the government is on an effort on digital transformation and digitizing the economy, especially in e-government. And on this report, I wanted to highlight a few recommendations that the committee had raised in the report, but still calling upon the members to take time and go through this report. Now, in one of the recommendations of the committee, we were calling upon government to intensify efforts to ensure that the remaining border posts earmarks for e-service, e-government and e-service connectivity are availed the required funding in order to automate services which will not only improve service delivery at the border post and increase revenue to government, but also enhance security measures against illicit products and criminals entering the country, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, another issue that was critical by the committee that we recommended for government to initiate and implement the policy on centralization of all the data at the National Data Center and recovery sites. This will then enable the consolidation of funds currently being spread across various MDAs in the management and maintenance of these data centers. And also that the National Data Center and recovery sites are enhanced with the necessary resources, including the requisite finances, human resources, equipment, and system to enable the seamless connectivity in achieving across all the MDAs. Right Honorable Speaker, another critical recommendation that the committee had put in this report was for NITA-U to fast-track the implementation of Phase 5 of the National Backbone Infrastructure and UDAP e-government projects, which are expected to increase network coverage, reduce the cost of internet bandwidth to USD $20 per megabyte, improve efficiency of digital service delivery, increase investment from the private sector, especially internet service providers, and enhance cyber security and data protection and privacy. These phases are also earmarked to extend connectivity to the remaining 82 district local governments that are currently not covered by the network. And the Right Honorable Speaker, finally, the committee has recommended that government should continue to engage the district local government leadership to provide and drive uptake of e-government services at the respective local government administrative units and services and service centers across the country. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor. The report will be posted in the library for ease of access, and please take interest in reading it.
Item 5.
Yes,
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have received the ministerial policy statements and we hope to receive others. These ministerial policy statements are anchored on some national framework. Last time I brought to your attention the reluctance, which has now turned to the defiance of the Ministry of Finance and the Executive to bring here the National Development Plan 4 as approved by Parliament for adoption. The ministerial policy statements cannot be processed without the National Development Plan, whose pillars guide and inform Parliament on the resource allocation. It was your directive, Madam Speaker, that this was supposed to be brought on the 2nd of March. It has been defied, and they seem not to be bothered, and Parliament is being taken for granted. Would it please you, Madam Speaker, to prevail over this matter? Otherwise, if the front bench Minister of Finance thinks it's not, Parliament is not an important stakeholder in this process, why are they bothering us? And why would we waste our time and resources to look into this ministerial policy statement? And I must point out that it is not, I'm not raising it for the sake of it. Some regions of this country, where I come from, having gone through the war and having seen how the national cake has been deliberately served at a higher percentage to some areas and others left behind, without roads, without schools, without health centers, and for us we are supposed to sit and escort them to develop their area. Madam Speaker, that is unfair.
Honorable Minister, you had asked for 2 weeks too. And it was very simple. You were only supposed to go and incorporate what was discussed, what was raised in this house, putting in mind the equity, fairness, regional balance, and bring and lay it on table. I even asked the minister to first give me and I look at it before it is laid on table. Up to today it is not brought. What do we do?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for raising the issue. There is no reason as to why government cannot share NDP4 with the Parliament. There is no reason, because the document has been prepared for Ugandans, including MPs. Secondly, it is also not true that as we plan and budget, that we leave out particular parts of the country. We know for a fact that the northern part of the country was affected by war and conflict for a long time, but from technical studies, there is evidence that what we call the Gini coefficient, which measures issues of inequality, there is a great improvement in the north. But yes, no. There is a way we measure inequality, and the point I am making, that while that part of the country...
There's an order.
Madam Speaker, the reports released by the government consistently, from the Poverty Status Assessment Report, from Uganda Bureau of Statistics, etc., government agencies, have clearly pointed out that the North, Lango, Karamoja, Acholi, Teso, and Busoga, have worsening poverty situation consistently. The report of the Equal Opportunities Commission assessed and found, one, that we are nowhere in this government. Two, that we are at only, yes, in terms of employment, it's a report of government available. The road network, that the entire country, we have only 3%. 3%, Madam Speaker. This is the report from the Equal Opportunities Commission. I will receive information from Afoyo. I will receive from Madam Afoyo-Shan, and I will receive from Okotogong, Honorable Linda Uma, all the northerners who are available here.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Parliament is a place where we disagree and also agree. But today I stand to agree with the other side of the alternative government. Because, Right Honourable Speaker, we need to take keen interest in some of these things. It even gets worse where the areas with ministers get better and bigger budgets. Those of us that do not have the opportunity to have ministries or cabinet ministries are completely denied. That one we shall speak without fear or favor. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
You're actually not disagreeing with the honourable members. Honourable members, you're not disagreeing with the this side of opposition. You're only stating facts. You're only stating facts. Let me hear. And there's another information. You know, Honorable Bademusi, it's just because I cannot debate, but I'm also an interested party.
Right Honourable Speaker, we want to thank you for this very great opportunity. So before Honourable Felix Okotogong speaks, let me speak. Right Honourable Speaker, it is from the bottom of my heart that I speak, and want to appreciate Honourable Odur for starting. Maybe there are many members who should have spoken.
You say it is from the bottom of our hearts.
It is from the bottom of our hearts that I speak. And Madam Speaker, on Friday I did raise from the caucus at Entebbe that if we do not pass the transitional justice law, we are at a quagmire. Why? Because that is the law that should be helping us to create a balance through a law. I'm saying so because the injuries that we are nursing from the past and historical injustices in this country are not easy to arrest. Right, Honorable Speaker, one time I had an opportunity to fly in a chopper. I looked down and I saw a country divided into two. One side was looking like a desert and the other side was looking green. And I asked myself, what is the question? Is it about rain? Is it about the rivers? Or what is the issue? So, Right Honorable Speaker, from the bottom of my heart and our hearts, equal opportunities is a matter of the Constitution, and we must adhere to the requirements of this Constitution of the Republic of Uganda so that this country is moving as a country that is balanced together, so that we avoid having this kind of insecurity in terms of poverty that creates injustice.
Honorable members, the guiding principles of state policy, when you look at it, it is about balanced and equitable development. The state shall adopt an integrated and coordinated planning approach. The state shall take necessary measures to bring about balanced development of the different areas in Uganda and between the rural and the urban. And just like what Honorable Afoyo Chan said, that when you don't have a minister like us, we don't have minister. That's what she was saying. But what is paramount is that the NDP4, which was laid on table here, did not have this. And that's why we sent it for them to make sure that there is equity and fairness in the NDP4. And we are saying, where is the NDP4? Before we look at the ministerial statements, they were supposed to come and lay it on table, and we will see it. Yes, Honorable Kotogo.
Madam Speaker, I want to confirm and agree.
First leave the north.
With my brother, Honorable Odur Jonathan. Madam Speaker, I'm a nationalist. But when something happens in the direction of marginalizing any community, I stand up. For the North now, it is becoming worse and worse. When you look at the Equal Opportunities Report, Madam Speaker, we had wanted this report to be debated in this parliament. 67% of the jobs, opportunities are going to the West. It is there. And this parastatement...
Honorable, let's not specify the area.
Okay. Madam Speaker, facts speaks for themselves. And the North, for example, and the East, 13% is going to Eastern Uganda. 11% is going to Northern Uganda. That means North and Eastern Uganda, which is a half of Uganda, only receives 23%. You can imagine this imbalance. And I think this is not fair. Madam Speaker, when it comes, even now we need to talk about the army. When you look at promotion, there was some promotion of 38 from the level of major to major general. 38 of them, I think it was 35 out of 40, was coming from one region. That is in defense. And in the constitution, recruitment should be balanced in our UPDF. But now, it is not balanced. Even yesterday, there was some promotion of some people to major general. 3 of them. And all of them, 100% was coming from one region.
There is somebody who is tempting.
And I think it is not fair.
Somebody is tempting to give you an order.
My brother, it is better.
You first listen.
Let me state facts.
You first listen to his order.
Madam Speaker, luckily, the Minister of Internal Affairs is here. When they are making recruitments for UPDF, they advertise countrywide. When they are recruiting for Uganda Police, they advertise countrywide. So I think the floor is mine. So I don't think the honorable member is right to insinuate that there is imbalance in recruitment. I don't think that is right. Madam Speaker, I don't think it's also right to say that development is on one side. Listen. I think we should only discuss employment, but when we are issuing
Honourable members, an advert is different from actual recruitment.
No, Madam Speaker, no.
That is number one. But let me tell you, honourable members.
I don't think it's true.
Honourable members, truth be told, I am a chairperson of appointments committee. And I want to tell you, it is not the president who selects those people. It is not the president. The president only forwards. Now, people who forward the names to the president, do they ever think there are other areas that exist? Do they ever think? Honorable Baremus, you may think I am being opposition, but I am telling you, this is a fact. Do you ever think that Teso belongs to this country? I have never vetted anybody who comes from that place. You find there are people who are coming from different areas, and you're living other areas. Let's have equity. Let's have regional balance. Even when you're selecting boards, think of women, think of regional balance, think of religion, and that would solve a problem.
Madam Speaker, I'm still on. Madam Speaker, I think we need to debate this thing on facts. We want the equal opportunity report to be presented here. If you are talking about the army is there, the minister is here, let them come and present how many generals we have, how many colonels we have, how many majors we have, how many captains we have. Even ambassadors, everything. Uganda belongs to all of us. Nobody is going to take us to the north.
Honorable members.
One time, Madam Speaker, we said if we cannot get equity in Uganda, we shall form Nile Republic.
That one, you say it yourself. We are not part of it. Yes, let Honorable Dole finish.
Yes. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues for enriching this discussion. And I want to thank you also for adding your voice. The point I am making, Madam Speaker, if you perform an analysis of the budget that has been going into the different regions for high impact, high value projects, projects that create jobs, projects that have the potential of transforming the rural economy, you will find that it has been skewed. And these projects are all based on the NDP and Vision 2040. All we are asking, and I am asking, is that this parliament must be given opportunity, because this parliament represents all the regions. We must look at it. For every 5 projects we give each region. It is so painful to see that there are a list of projects they seem to go to one area. So let the NDP come and we confirm that the budget for the next 5 years will address these issues, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. We can have a debate, but I can assure you, you will never have a government that addresses inclusivity that is better than the NRM government. Yes. Some of us lose opportunities because we are from the West. I would have loved to be a vice president of this country.
Or even a speaker.
Or a speaker. And maybe let me not go into that debate. But I can also tell you that poverty levels have increased in Chigezi from 12% to 27%. And Chigezi is not in northern Uganda. So let's debate as nationalists. I agree that the distribution of the cake should be looked at. Yes.
But is there a cake anyway?
But that's what we have been doing in this parliament because
thank you.
The budget is passed by this house. Exactly. Therefore, yes, by this
Honorable
house.
Musasisi, Honorable Musasisi.
And therefore, I think the question was the NDP for
Minister of ICT. It's simple. Get for us the NDP for.
The accusation is that the areas represented by ministers are much better is false. It is false. It is false.
Okay.
And the budget, the national budget, is passed by this house. So let's all scrutinize the budget. The plan will come. Let me cross-check with the Minister of Finance. And they should be able to bring
Thank
the
you. Thank
NDP
you.
for maybe early next week on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Let me commit that on Tuesday, the Minister of Finance should lay on the table the revised NDP 4.
Thank you. Next item.
But we can have a debate on inclusivity and how we are sharing the national cake. Most of the allegations we are making are false and not correct.
Next item. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want this House not to really to take it on record that the areas represented may be some areas, but not to generalize, that they are all better than the others. Right Honorable Speaker, I have been on a committee before I was appointed of natural resources and environment for 21 years. And that's the one which deals with electricity distribution. Honorable Speaker, I can tell you, when you reach in my constituency, for example, where I come from, you can't find electricity there. And if there are poles there, they have been there for 16 years. Right Honorable Speaker, I have been here, I'm coming to 30 years, I don't know, but I'm beginning 5 years. No. You relax. I am talking 25, 30 years, wait first, I also tell you. I want to be really clear. Right Honorable Speaker, when you come to, I want to...
You leave Senga to talk.
I want to array fears that where ministers are. And I want to assure you when you come to look for the water, Right Honorable Speaker, because I'm inviting
Madam
you.
Speaker, order.
You order me.
Order. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with all the political crocodile tears ushered in by a minister of a ruling government to an extent of explaining that for 16 years, for 21 years, she has been in the Natural Resource Committee and added on as a minister, her place have never received electricity. Is she really in order and she sits in cabinet and it has no water, they are using water from Sophia in Busia? Is she in order to come in front of the August House and lament when the NRM government is saying it has achieved all its manifesto since it came in power? Are you not exposing your government that you are serving? Are you in order?
Honorable members, I don't even know why you went back into that discussion. When you look at Rule 2222, reconsidering a decision of the House, we had already closed that discussion. We had closed, and the leader of government business had already made a commitment to the effect that they are going to bring the NDP for. So it's not prudent for us again to continue discussing that issue on the floor.
Right, Honorable Speaker, with due respect,
I thought I was.
I accept your guidance, but something must be on record. It's not in order for somebody to say that I have been in government for 21 years and is confused. I have just been appointed. I am in my 4th year, and even him, on Thursday, I'm supposed to go and launch big things in Busia. So is he also in order to come here and confuse the House and the House and the House?
Next item. Next item. Honorable
Item
Honorable
5.
D on the same. On the same. I'm going to give you to bring it under the women. Yes, I will give you to bring under the women debate. Yes.
Item 5 on the order paper. Motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to accord due consideration to the resolutions of the 2nd Women's Parliament.
Honorable members, you recall that that the 2nd Women Parliament was held on 3rd March 2025. The Women's Parliament passed various resolutions for which will require an executive order, action. This motion seeks to make those resolutions part of the record of this House and accord them a referral status to the executive for an executive action. I will invite Honorable Auma Linda, the Lira District Woman Representative, to move the motion in regard to the women.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for loving the women of this country. Right Honorable Speaker, before I move the motion, I beg to lay the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, receive my greetings from the women of Uganda that were in these chambers. And they were very excited because from the history of Uganda, it was the 2nd Women's Parliament. And we thank you so much for giving us these chambers, because the last ones we used to have in the conference hall. You've made them to fill Parliament, and they are now behaving like parliamentarians. Right Honorable Speaker, I move a motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to accord due consideration to the resolutions arising from the 2nd Women's Parliament. I move under Rule 56 of Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, and whereas Objective 4 of the National Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy of the 1995 Constitution of Uganda obligates the state to recognize the significant role that women play in society. And whereas Article 32 and 33 mandates the state to take affirmative action in favor of marginalized groups, including women, to redress historical imbalances and ensure full participation of women in all spheres of national life, including political representation. Aware that to enable the people participate in the formulation and implementation of development plans and programs which affect them, Parliament held the first Women's Parliament on Tuesday, 7th July 2015, as a platform to foster the progress of women in political participation, economic empowerment, and transformative leadership. Further, aware that the Parliament of Uganda, through your leadership, hosted the second Women's Parliament on 3rd March 2025 under the theme Consolidating Women's Social and Economic Transformation in Uganda as part of the commemoration of the International Women's Day. Noting that the second Women's Parliament considered the following motions, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. One was a motion for a resolution of the second Women's Parliament urging government to strengthen and enhance opportunities and access education for the girl child. The second resolution of the second Women's Parliament urged government to implement gender-responsive change action and resilience building in support of women effort in the agricultural sector. The third one was a motion for a resolution of the second Women's Parliament urging government to strengthen the policies and initiatives for women economic empowerment and financial independence. And the last resolution was a motion of resolution of second Women's Parliament urging government to strengthen women participation in politics and eliminate barriers to inclusive democracy. Further noting that, Right Honourable Speaker, arising from the motions, the second Women's Parliament made 30 resolutions. Attached to this motion, including the following: A, government agencies, civil society, development partners, and private sector actors work collectively to dismantle barriers that hinder women's education and leadership opportunities, ensuring a more inclusive and equitable future for Uganda. B, all government agencies, local authorities, private sector stakeholders, and civil society organizations work collaboratively to strengthen gender-responsive climate action, ensuring that Uganda climate's resilience efforts are inclusive, sustainable, and equitable for all. C, all government institutions, financial bodies, private sector actors, and civil society organizations work collaboratively to ensure that women's economic empowerment remains a national priority, leading to sustainable development and inclusive economic growth. And finally, government commits to continuous legislative review and oversight to ensure the full realization of gender-responsive governance and effective implementation of policies aimed at enhancing women's political empowerment in Uganda. Now, therefore, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, be it resolved by Parliament that government accords due consideration to the resolutions arising from second Women's Parliament. I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Linda. Is the motion seconded? Seconded. Seconded by Honourable, let me start with the men. By Honourable Odur, by Honourable Nambeshe, Honourable Seungu, Jonathan, Jonathan, by Honourable Jonathan, by Honourable Bariomusi, by Honourable Tourism, by Honourable Winfred, Honourable Nyeko, Honourable Alan, Honourable Mujiche, Honourable Alan Sewanyana, Dr. Bedi, Okelo, Gerald, Emmanuel, Okot, Margaret, Connie, Apea, Pascali, Workers, Dokolo, Aru, Santa, Akelo, Honorable Lawrence Zombo, Honorable Lebtong, Honorable Lillian, Patrick, Honorable Baba, Honorable Chua, Honorable Liantonde, Honorable the whole of Arua, Matchbox, and, and then Tima, then Honorable Minister Senga, Honorable Victoria, Honorable Mamawi, Honorable Wakorach, Ngole, Wakorach, David, then Honorable Jane, Honorable Patience, Honorable Akumo, Honorable Mpindi, Honorable Jessica, Jennifer, Catherine, Noelina, my uncle from Bugisu, and then, and then Honorable Butiru, and Ethel, Rita, Okotogong, and Honorable Elwelo, and then Honorable Kamukama, the whole house. Thank you so much. Would you want to speak to your motion?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, as per this resolution that was made in the Second Women's Parliament, and if you see this resolution, it cuts across all sectors of development. It handles welfare, upbringing, nurturing in all forms. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this motion is very key, and it's through your wisdom that you decided that the women should come and we also hear their voices. Honorable members, women are the brain of a nation and a family. We are modified creatures. That's why we are created after you. We are not analog. We are technical. When you support us, we produce a better results. So I urge this Honorable House to really support the resolutions so that government can take appropriate actions. When you give a woman a coin, that coin will not be the same. I support you so much, and I'm also happy that you will also support this motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Rita, Honorable Ethel, local government.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate you for the second Women's Parliament that we had here. As I second the motion, Right Honorable Speaker, especially regarding the motion of the second National Parliament urging government to strengthen and enhance opportunities and access to education for the girl child. We have a duty, Right Honorable Speaker, to see that as Parliament, we put in place mechanisms, and we should make sure that the executive brings on to all those mechanisms and policies that are going to ensure that our girls that became pregnant before they left school are in position to get back to school. We should also see that our girls are granted those very opportunities to resume and to strengthen, to see that they strengthen their right to education. Right Honorable Speaker, also looking at Resolution 4, where the Parliament of the Women asked government to introduce mentorship programs for women in leadership, forgetting that female teachers, university students, and young professions prepare for high-level leadership roles. We should be the ones entirely to see that all those are in place. We should not only leave the children to be by themselves, but let's see how our teachers are mentored. Right Honorable Speaker, also looking at Resolution 6, where we're asked that government should strictly enforce policies against all forms of gender-based violence, including sexual harassment in schools and universities, ensuring accountability measures for perpetrators, and strengthening mechanisms for reporting abuses and access to appropriate support services for the survivors of the violence. That's under the girl child. But Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to draw this House to the fourth motion that was asked to ensure that we strengthen women's participation in politics and eliminate barriers to inclusive democracy. Right Honorable, as we realize today that several of the women are being almost put away from politics, when you look at the way the justice system is treating the women, if you critically looked at what happened some time back upon the women who were brought in court, one woman, her back was entirely opened. She had to show even her bra. So that is something that is demeaning of a woman. We are supposed to have a system that is entirely supposed to look at a woman in her way and away from the public. We need to protect women when they're accessing justice, but we also need to stand firm for their justice. As I'm about to summarize, Right Honorable, we should not forget, even it was put out very clearly under Resolution 26, that government should implement a zero tolerance policy against all forms of gender-based electoral violence, ensuring legal action against perpetrators of violence, harassment, intimidation, and cyberbullying against women in politics. We should not forget, under Article 44, where we have the non-derogable rights, we should have women who are able to be in a position that their rights and freedoms are not interfered with. We should stand firm for women who see that up to this day, that their husbands are now political prisoners for 5 years. You are indirectly hurting a woman. When you keep her husband, she has not been heard, she has not been, nothing has been done to that level. So we are indirectly forcing these women not to associate with the political system, yet it's their right to ensure that they are in politics. So, Right Honorable, we also look at the way women are violently arrested. Can we look at once again at the procedures of arresting a person? Now, this is not only to the women, to all persons in this country. If it's about dignity of a person, let's turn back to fairness. Let's turn back to what our Constitution provides for. Otherwise, we want to stand once again as per our Constitution. Let's have that freedom against torture and cruelty, intimidation, and degrading treatment. Let's stand firm and stand for the Constitution of Uganda. We shall be better people. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Honourable members, it's about making the local woman down there to shine. Let's talk about the financial inclusivity of the local woman there. If you're giving PDM, what is the percentage of the money that is going to the local woman? If you're giving money for GROW, how many women out there get? If you're talking about education, how many women there are able to go to school? Let's look at the issues of domestic violence, the issues of owning property, the issues of how women are tortured in all aspects. Yes, Rita, let me finish with the main seconders, then I come to you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I do stand to second the motion, but also to thank you for allowing the women to come to this August House and feel it and see it, so that it can become a point of motivation for them to go and work hard. I'm told the chairperson who sat in your chair, her life will never be the same again. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to speak much to the motion 2 about climate change action and resilience, and then economic empowerment. When you talk about climate change, Right Honorable Speaker, even to some of the people in this August House, it is still abstract content. So the issues raised by the women here is to urge government to make sure that the Climate Change Act is put into implementation. that we have money to be able to educate. In this country, we have come from far, learned so many things of science, of HIV, of making money, and climate change is very alive to all of us. Recently, or even until now, you see the heat wave.
Yes.
And most of the women who go to the gardens to work, who do this toil using hand hoe, they cannot link what is happening with the change of weather to issues of climate change. They do not even understand what is happening to their motherland. So we need to make sure that government and all agencies and the private sector come together to be able to sensitize and educate. And of course, this is not far from the issues and the cardinal role of women. In Uganda, specifically, people who are behind a meal at the table to cook, they are usually women and girls. And they cannot understand why many years ago you would walk into the neighbor's farm, you would walk into somebody's garden and be able to pick firewood. Today you can't. It's not even available. Right, Honorable Speaker, I who represent City, we have situations where people cannot eat because they have no energy to cook. So implementing the Climate Change Act and investing in it could see government being able to prioritize renewable energy. Right, Honorable Speaker, we said do not cut trees. What is the alternative? Issues to do with cheap and affordable gas. The Minister of Energy had, I think in the 2023, intimated that they are going to start a program to reduce the costs of gas so that people would be able to afford. And when you look at the way our planning is done, especially for the cities, when we travel, you see estates, you see villages accessing gas linked where you don't even need these cylinders. But because our planning is not rhyming with the changes of the world, we need to up our game as government. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, economic. We were here earlier on talking about equity, talking about access to resources. When it comes to women, we may even close this August House. The women are the most poor, most illiterate, most sick, most vulnerable. The 30% that the government or the law requires in procurement and doing business with government, which is to the interest groups, is not practically actualized. The way we have seen change come to women.
On the implementation of the law, the PPDA Act, all the other laws that would bring in women.
Yes.
We shall want to hear from you for us to ensure that there is women empowerment. How best can we handle it?
Yeah, because you see how we have been able to move as women is when a law is created, there is deliberate effort to be able to achieve. We have not seen this government come out with deliberate programs to teach women how to do business. Talk about the African free continental trade. Talk about the region integration within the East Africa. Who exactly, where is government program that is building a cadre of women in business to be able to deal with all this? And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue to do with affordable financing, we cannot fail to speak about it today. Talk about the grow. We need to fast track it. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Before you go to the grow, you've been here trying to give money to ADB. And the money that you're giving to ADB, what percentage is going to the women? UDB, you're here getting a loan to give to UDB. How much of that money is going to a woman? 99% of the responsibility in a home lies on a woman. So if a woman is the one taking responsibility, and a woman is one person that banks trust in giving out, in lending, because they know they will pay. How much is going to the women? Okay, go ahead.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we want to see government being deliberate about making women have money in their pockets, not just policies that are put there and abandoned to be able to gather dust on the shelf. But we do thank you, and I hope that together we can continue to have these women experience this, but also have their voices in the August House. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, I'm going to give you members to speak.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, personally I want to thank you and the members. When you see the resolutions that are here, they are very specific and outright. That's why I think the whole House supported them. For me, it's a question of now implementation.
Implementation, yes.
That's why we should now focus. Because when you look at whatever has been put here, you can see definitely that it was well thought out. So my request is, when we are debating, let's focus how we are going to implement these resolutions, instead of just passing them and then again we leave to it as a paper or whatever. But Right Honorable Speaker, having said that, I think the people who put you in that chair, or your mother and your father, and the God, he saw something in you. And I'm being sincere. Because, first of all, I want to start with this parliament. You have given the parliamentary women representative the strength, the determination to come out openly and issue out issues, because you have given them a chance. In the past, you'd find the women, maybe they go back 5 years without speaking in this parliament. So they are getting the encouragement and determination from you. And when you look at them, they don't just come on this mic to just say things that are not connected. At times you find the men, with due respect, but the women are very focused. I am saying that at times, but men, the Right Honorable Speaker will bail me out that whenever the women come on the mic, they are focused and their issues are focused.
Thank you, Senga.
Lastly, I want to make an appeal. When you look at most of these issues, and you look at the percentage of the women in government or in cabinet, you'll find each of us as ministers, we have got an issue to address. When we talk about government,
it is a multi-sectoral
government
issues.
Is that. So my appeal would be, if so wish, maybe you even call us, the women ministers, to sit with you and look at this, and we start saying this is this. You in heresy, how far have you done on the women? You in education, how have you done into this? You in finance, where we have even Honorable Beverin and Musasizi can come in with us. That will give way how to move.
Thank you.
To see this implemented.
Thank you.
Because we are on this side.
Yes.
But we need again to join hands with you and then account. When we go to Ministry of Gender, most of these issues are on Ministry of Gender. And the ministers of gender, as you know, The biggest of them, they are all women. When you go to Harris, all of us are women. When we reach roads where we don't have a woman, we can co-opt somebody to come with us. So my movement is that we should have time with you to see how do we implement this and achieve the intention of the resolution that we are going to pass. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think Honorable Hanifa is very correct, because at the end of the day, the Women Parliament sat here. We will need actions taken under Rule 220. We need actions taken on the resolutions of the women. The women were very passionate on their debate, and if you're getting up to speak, you're only making an amendment. If you're making an addition to the resolutions of the women that you think can make it better, then you should stand. Honorable Victoria.
With gladness, I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this historical event. It has spread all over the country and women are happy. I saw women on this microphone everywhere enjoying, and world over, women are known for PhD, known for pulling each other down. But you consoled us, because some women went through that. Someone is appointed to a post and intentionally is not vetted for years. Someone is shortlisted and a fellow woman goes backstabbing. Your confidence has helped us also to become confident. When you are confident, you don't block others. Thank you, and may God bless you for that. You have empowered us to think of every woman and not to leave any woman behind. This has energized us to make sure we implore government. We have to change the laws. We have to think of the next coming budgets to make sure things that obstacle our young ladies from growing up and replacing us in the future are cleared. It hurts to find a very brilliant girl dropping out of school just because he or she lacks pads. We have all the power to enact laws and change them and make sure part of the money goes to rescue these girls. Life-saving environments and encouraging environments, Right Honorable Speaker, are a very, very big blockage to our girls' success. Why don't we think of making compulsory infrastructure in schools? Just an additional room for a changing room, just little money for a spare uniform and some pads and some knickers, so that these girls can come, attend, complete, and rise to higher horizons. I want to promise you that we are very prepared to rally behind you in your wishes and endeavors. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. There was a promise of providing pads for all the women in the hospital. I mean, in all the girls at school. And you know, when a girl reaches that level, that's why most of these girls drop out of school. They get the stigma. They cannot contain being there. But remember, they are from very poor families. So we need to look at that when we are making our budgets. But even when we are making our budgets, we need to make sure that this money reaches to the last girl down there in the village. Yes. Let me get a man first. Francis. Francis, Mukatuliki. I'm coming. You're going to speak, all of you. Then if Patrick.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you because it is proper that we the men speak about these affairs, because we, of course, we are husbands. We are sons of the women.
We are your daughters.
Yes, so we know what women go through, and they actually go through some of these challenges with us. Right Honourable Speaker, just yesterday, I was in Morago Specialized Hospital, and trying to help a woman who delivered, and she was asked to pay 2 million shillings for cesarean section. In Morago, a government hospital. And then actually, I go to see a notice. You need consultation fee 50,000. Antenatal is 890. Examination under anesthesia is 800. Fistula reconstruction is 2.5 million. Normal delivery is 800,000. Cesarean section is 2 million shillings. Now, we have a Ministry of Health. It has, all of them are ladies, like Senga has suggested. Then you ask, such a policy, how did it pass? Because how many women, the women we are talking about, will afford such money in a hospitalized hospital of women in Morago? So when we go to implementation, and I want to agree with you, Honourable Minister for Health, that when we go to implementation, we need to ask a woman in business, a woman, because we need to help them in the conditions they go through. And you're talking about the local woman. This one was asked, she's a primary school teacher, to pay 2 million she couldn't afford, and I had to come in. Actually, I also didn't have the 2 million. I had to borrow to assist a woman. Now you can imagine if a member of parliament is getting a challenge, what about this primary school teacher? So as we implement, as we come up with policies, can we look at these women so that it doesn't become rhetoric, that we just talk about it, but when it goes to implementation, we just don't, we don't put a lot of attention to it. So I was concerned, and I'm happy that we are talking about this. So Honourable Minister of Health, as you interact with the Speaker, please let us see how to help our women, because I am sure this may be happening in many of these public hospitals, that you go to health center for, that you go to a regional referral hospital, and you have to pay money, yet it is a government hospital. But this specifically for Morago, please.
Doctor?
Thank you very much, Honorable Mwijuse Francis. I just wanted to provide information that the government hospitals, from the level of a district hospital, regional referral hospital, and national hospitals, the policy is that they are grade A and grade B services. They are services which are free, but also there is a private wing in this government hospital. That is the policy which obtains now, unless if we sit and review it. So in all government hospitals, there is a window for free services and a window for private services.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister for ICT for the information. I agree, and I said it is a policy. But I'm saying that this policy is not fair. I'm not saying it's not a policy. Because...
maybe what, Honourable Doctor, what can be done is to ensure that the amount can be revised for every woman to be able to go and give birth. You get it? Then as a woman, you will choose whether you go to the private wing, whether you go to where they give birth for free, but don't go to the local attendant in the village, because most of them most women have died because of that. But that can be revised, and health will handle.
Right Honourable Speaker, yes, it's true, a policy that in most of our facilities there are private wings. But I agree with you And I promise that with the information of my colleague, and when we are talking about these resolutions, I am going to take it on, and we call the management and ministry, and we look how can we have affordable costs that our women can afford. And I will come back and give what we have come in.
Thank you.
It may be a policy, but you can't ask somebody 2 million, put 2 what up to that. Then we shall have to discuss, because we are looking, yes, it is private, but how can we make people get affordable services, even if it is a private wing?
Thank you. Thank you.
Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, even with grading A and B, there is another young woman, again from Buhwej, who came for an operation. She had a tumor. She was, because it is now grade B, the free services, she was asked to come back next year in March.
Enjoy.
And when I intervened, of course, when I intervened, she was operated on after 1 week. But you can imagine that the free services, you'll have to wait longer. They will ask you now, we have bookings up to end of the year, because it is free. So even where we have free services, it is a problem. So, Honourable Minister, and again it is for women, because almost some of these complications are for the women. As you look at A and B, also look at the people who are told it is free, but wait for 6 months. It is free, but wait for 1 year. At the end of the day, you have not helped her. You are forcing her to go to a private hospital or to grade A and pay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Patrick?
Thank you.
There's a procedural matter. Mukat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me on behalf of these members of Parliament to thank, through you to thank these members of Parliament. I have gone to a number of occasions since I came to Parliament, and when you meet these members with their functions, they give a lot of support to women where government is supposed to come in. I want to thank you very much, honourable members, and this is factual. Secondly, the word in English is very clear, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever started that in the English language must have seen the value of women at that time. Ladies and gentlemen. You start gentlemen and ladies, you are totally off topic. In my constituency, I can attest to this. It is known to my supporters. I always ask them, tell me any man beating a woman. And the moment I get that man, he faces me rough. Not about his votes or anything, but the moment, even if you are my friend, we hang out together in the evening, but the moment I get any information that at your home you have time to beat a woman, we lose friendship. Because this is the way to go. But Madam Speaker, policies by government, Mr. Leader of Government Business, there is a very big challenge we need to address as a country. 2 young men, youth, a man impregnates a student at school. The girl goes 9 months away from school. After leaving school, the boy stays studying, but the girl doesn't continue studying. Why does that happen? From primary to secondary, attention must be given to both. If this... How can I refuse with the...
You have information?
Thank you, Honorable Sewung. With the information I want to give is that these days, there are now more women beating men. I don't know how you are handling it in your constituency when it comes to that.
Thank you, Honorable Vasarwa. Okay, you might state that, and still that is... you might state it, I don't know where you got that research from. Your research might not be well founded, but at least I know that a man sometimes is stronger than a woman. And that is natural. But Madam Speaker, because I want to leave the microphone.
Maybe it's the one who is being beaten.
Ladies are not being beaten, and I am insisting on that. But Onabasa is saying that maybe Onabasa is beaten by his wives more than often. But also, if you are beaten, I will come and defend you as well. Madam Speaker, I'm seeking for a policy that must give attention to girls who get pregnant while still in school. Majority of these girls are left out. And we must come out very seriously on parents who go for money from the side of the boy and seek for money so that they get
early marriages.
Yes, the early marriages. Say, my daughter was impregnated, she was in P6, but I want money. And after that, getting money, she cannot use that money to continue educating her daughter, but uses it for his own benefit, the girl being a source of income because of a mischief that took place without her willingness, or because of her young age. We need to address all these issues. And the government, in the NRA manifesto, Minister for government, you have it stated that you must provide girls with the sanitary pads. At this era, this is like Karungu, Karamoja, Kanungu, where you come from. You should be having small factories manufacturing these simple things for these girls. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, one time when I was teaching in Shimoni, I was a P7 teacher, but the training we had for girls, because of use of senior women, you could see a girl getting that problem during class, but a boy would come and inform you, Mr. Sewungu, as you on the blackboard, Jane has got a challenge. Not making noise, then you move out all the boys, you remain with the girls, and you handle the challenges. Let us work on senior women, build them in schools to manage our girls, and they get their rights, all that will be better. Thank you, Madam
Patrick.
Speaker.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will start by commending the women for holding the third Women's Parliament, and I will also hasten
second
on the 3rd of March. And I will hasten, Madam Speaker, to address myself to the first motion, speaking to enhancing and strengthening access to education. Madam Speaker, first, I want us to look at proximity to education institutions. Madam Speaker, we all know that there is a policy that parishes should have primary schools, sub-counties should have the city schools. And the problem is, in most of our constituencies, secondary schools are in one parish, then in one sub-county, but to go to the next sub-county, it's not there. So a girl child will have to move
kilometers.
Like 20 kilometers, because from one sub-county, you have to cross the next sub-county, now to go to the next sub-county.
And in between there, that's where they get these hungry men
this is exactly
who defile them.
This is exactly what I wanted to bring out, Madam Speaker, that along the way, there are different levels of temptations. So if we can only address ourselves to the government policy, that will shorten the distance to the education institutions.
So the amendment is that the government policy on education of having a school in every sub-county should be enhanced to avoid that kind of scenario. Yes.
Madam Speaker, if we can have that per sub-county and also the parishes for primary schools, that would be fine.
Thank you. Thank you. Matchbox. And then Stephen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the women referred you as an iron lady, if I remember very well on that day. Indeed, thank you very much for making our women feel very comfortable. You are one of the champions when it comes to empowering the girl child. You have given so many scholarships to girls. We want to thank you as a country. You're actually a role model to many outside there. They look up to you, Right Honorable Speaker. Indeed, as we talk of financial inclusiveness of women in economic empowerment, Right Honorable Speaker, women in this house talked, I remember, they were recommending PDM very well. But when it came to grow across, there was a problem. And now last week, the presiding officer requested the Minister of Gender to come here with a comprehensive report to be laid here on the floor of Parliament. In fact, members were crying so loud that we just hear grow for women, but we do not know how many beneficiaries we have in our districts. In Arua City, we do not have any beneficiary. We wondered how this GROW program was designed. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, in refugee camps, the NGOs are doing very well when it comes to training the girl child with reusable sanitary towels. Our parents, those days, in ancient days, they were not using pads. I think they were just using clothes. But today, Right Honorable Speaker, our women cannot even afford the rural, that local person in Bukedia, even in a rural city, cannot afford to buy a pad of 3,000. Why can't the government come up with a program that in every school they can train our girl child how to make the reusable sanitary towels in order to curb girl child from dropping out of school, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
I think that's a matter of concern.
Honorable Minister, Leader of Government Business, we really need to understand how GROW works. As members of Parliament, if you ask any member of Parliament here, what is GROW? How does it work? I don't think there are people who know about it. So we need to understand what it is. So you may need to tell the minister that we need to understand, because we need to help her and explain to the people outside there. I saw a woman crying, saying, this man was supposed to be given to us, we don't know, and that kind of thing. Stephen?
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my brother, Honorable Mwijuche. You know, in health sector, much as the Honorable Minister has said that we have grade A and grade B, whereby in grade B, at least if you have the capacity, you can pay for an extra service and be treated well. But remember, majority of our mothers, our women, down there in the village, they don't have the capacity to do that. And there are reasons why people go for, you know, a private sector to be treated well. It's because they know that there are a number of challenges there in grade A, whereby in that very facility in the hospital, you are being attended by the same doctors. If the hospital has more than 5 or 10 doctors, those are the very ones who would attend those ones in grade B or those ones in grade A. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my issue is one. If we are to look on how we can help our mothers or the women there, should we have a specific number of doctors with same qualifications with those ones who are given enough time in grade B, also to have time for those women there who are in grade A? Because remember, the reason why most of them lie there and they end up dying, it's because they take long to be attended to. And remember, they're in the same hospital, but the doctors would prefer to go and treat those ones in grade B, because there are some extra allowances. Even if you are a doctor, you yourself, you'd prefer to go and treat the other one, get your money, then in the end, you balance yourself. But in grade A, we need also to see how best we can have a clear policy on how we can be able to attend to our mothers or to the needy, those ones who are in our villages there suffering. Thank you.
Zombo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate you for hosting this very important conference for the women. And I pray that these kind of conferences should go up to the village area so that the women can also, the rural women can also participate actively, and that will be an encouragement to them.
Honorable members, first of all, the women who came here are rural women. They are rural women. They were not members of Parliament. These were councillors from the villages. So these were rural women.
Thank you for that. But I think we can still go deeper to the real deep villages so that the women can get empowered.
As leaders of different districts, different constituencies, I want to urge you to take this kind of training down to the local woman, down, and educate them what their entitlement is, how best they can get financial inclusion, how best they can get to be empowered. Leaders, I want you to go to do that.
Thank you very much for that guidance. Now, I want to really support this motion by the fact that the policies focusing on the women should really work to address the women's health. If you go to the rural areas right now, especially the primary school, if you see the health of the girl child, it is a big challenge because of poor hygiene, sanitation in schools. I think policy should be able to address so that we can control infections right from the primary school. And then issues of water and sanitation. Many women are moving long distance looking for water and cooking very late. It's bringing a lot of domestic violence. That should be addressed. The issue of education is also very important. I have a foundation called Songa Community Foundation. Since I joined this parliament, much as many of us would be supporting first graders, I went ahead.
So bringing water nearer to the women should be an addition to the...
Exactly. In that foundation, I had been supporting first graders, but also I've gone ahead to pick girls who have got second grade, just to promote them in education. So we think that access to education should be very important. And then expanding economic opportunities for the rural sector, focusing on women, access to land, access to resources that can help them invest. I think that will be very important. Now, coming to the issue of people who are helping women in the rural area, nurses and VHTs, these people are suffering. If there can be a way to hold the hands of the VHTs and the nurses who are working in rural area, they are really helping these women. So that is a call. And then another thing is, when you give a woman money, they will first think about education, food at home, priority things. But when you give a man, I don't know what the priority thing is to start with that money. So we think that giving access to economic resources to women will develop communities.
Honorable Minister, are you hearing?
Finally.
that access to financial inclusion should be a priority for women, because it is women who know to maximize the use of money.
And I'm talking as a member of WOPA, by the way. Since 2017, I had been a member of WOPA. Now, access to market. Most of our smallholder farmers are women in Uganda. And these smallholder farmers are trying to do small kind of businesses that should help them to educate their children, to access health, but they don't have access to market. So we need to focus on that area so that we can improve infrastructure that can enable these women to get access to market. Finally, the issue of corruption. Finally.
There's a motion.
There are so many programs that are going targeting women. But what is happening is some of the money, some of the resources are not reaching the women. Therefore, I pray that
there's a motion. Honorable members, you need to understand the rules.
Right, Honourable Speaker, the resolutions that we are reached at are direct to government. They are straightforward. They are obvious. The additions being made, supplementary comments being made, are equally good and welcome. The danger, right, Honourable Speaker, is that now we are becoming repetitive with the risk of undermining the original resolutions. I therefore beg to move that we adopt the resolutions mutatis mutandis. I beg to move, right, Honourable Speaker.
Seconded. Seconded by Macho, by Kubeketeria, by Honorable Bahati, by Honorable Isamat, by Honorable Winifred, by Honorable Alebtong, Jennifer, Noeline, Orone, Afoyo Chan, by Butaleya, by Honorable Akumu, Mavenjina, Jessica, Mpindi, Musa, Rita, Muzee Kagabo, Dr. Peya, Margaret, Honorable Juche. Thank you so much. Honorable members, the resolutions. Do you want to say something? No, the minister.
Madam Speaker, before the minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I take the opportunity to thank the honorable members for the debate, the contribution they have made. Let me start by thanking you, Madam Speaker, for having accorded an opportunity to the women of this country to come and sit in this parliament and deliberate on issues which affect them. But of course, issues which affect women also affect us as men, and therefore I would like to appreciate you and thank you for having accorded that opportunity to the women of Uganda. I thank Honorable Uma for the motion. The motion is for a resolution of Parliament urging government, and now I speak for government, and I have gone through the various resolutions which were passed by the women, and they are very positive, and they add value to the work that we do as a government and as a country, and we receive them with enthusiasm and warmth. Let me say that they have also come at the right time when we are in the budgeting process, because some of the resolutions have budgetary implications, and since we are now presenting ministerial policy statements and the committees are going to be interrogating the budgetary proposals, I urge our members that when we interact with the ministers and agencies also, let's see how much we can integrate in the budgeting process. But I just want to express our commitment as a government that we shall take the resolutions and work on them. Let me also say that women are special. Even God, who created us, made women special. I can give you a statistic, Madam Speaker, that at birth, there are more males who are born compared to females. The average sex ratio at birth is, for every 100 females, there are 105 males. But in life, more males die compared to women. Even when you check what we call life expectancy at birth, you'll find it is higher for women and lower for the males as the men. And the reason is both social and environmental and also biological. For instance, you will find women possess hormones, possess chromosomes, and the other biological biomarkers which offer protection to women compared to us, the men. So even God realized that and gave special physiological protection to the women. And therefore, we are duty-bound as males to give all the support to the women so that we move together. Madam Speaker, that's what urged me to move a law on prohibition of female genital mutilation, even when I am a man, because as men, we must support the women in all the causes. There are some specific issues which have been raised, but in the interest of time, let me just comment on a few issues. Yes, government pledged to provide pads to our girls. I think the challenge has been a budgeting issue. Government remains committed to ensuring that girls get the pads, but let's together address it through budgeting, and then we'll be able to support our girls. There was an issue raised by Honorable Francis Mwijuchi and others about the grade A, grade B services. And I think Honorable Francis has a point, that even when the government created a private wing, the intention was not to commercialize government hospitals. And therefore the Ministry of Health should be able to look at that policy perspective and be able to regulate the fees, the money which is being charged in the government hospitals. So the intention was to provide a quick service for those who can afford and want a quick service, but the intention was not for commercialization so that you put exorbitant and astronomical figures, like saying 2 million shillings for a cesarean section. So I think the Ministry of Health and the Committee on Health should engage with the ministry so that there is a proper regulation on the fees and amounts which are being charged. The policy on girls getting pregnant when they are in school, I think, has been settled, and the Minister of Gender the other day also clarified that the girls who get pregnant are allowed to get back to school. That should not be a reason for them to drop out. You have requested that the Minister for Gender comes and makes a presentation on the GROW project. And I will relay this information because we need to know as members of Parliament how these projects work, so that when we get back into our constituencies, we are able to explain to our voters, our constituents, from an informed point of view. So I agree with you, Madam Speaker, and I will request the Minister for Gender at the earliest to come up with an information paper for Parliament in order for us to understand.
Thank you.
I thank you very much, and thank the honorable members, and pledge that we take the resolutions and we shall work on them and integrate them in the budgeting and planning processes of government.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. We also need the annual report on the steps that have been taken to eliminate the gender-based violence on women and then discrimination amongst women. We always have this convention in New York every year, but we never get a report in this house. Can we have a report in this house on what happens, on what have been agreed? And when you look at SDG 5, it talks about gender equity. And I thought this is what you would be presented on a Women's Day, giving us a status of gender equity, other than going there to praise yourselves. You're praising yourselves. You're giving yourselves medals. No, tell us about gender equity. What have we done? What is the percentage now? Where are we now? Where are we coming from? That's what we should be doing. But we are going for Women's Day and we are there praising ourselves instead of telling us how a local woman down there is benefiting. I now put a question that the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to accord due consideration to the resolution of the second Women's Parliament to be adopted with amendments by this House. Those in favor say, on the contrary. The ayes have it. I will now instruct the clerk to extract all the resolutions and forward to the relevant ministries for action taken and report back to this House within 3 months as per Rule 2020. Thank you so much, Honorable Linda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving the women space. May you receive a distance hug from the women of Uganda, and all my fellow colleagues for supporting us in this move. May God bless you all.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Next item.
Item 6 on the order paper. Motion for the House to resolve itself into a committee of supply to consider the supplementary expenditure schedule number 3 for the financial year 2024-2025.
Honorable members, you'll recall that yesterday the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development tabled the supplementary expenditure schedule 3 for financial year 2024-2025. It was referred to the Budget Committee for consideration, and the committee is ready to report as required by Article 156(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, and Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure. I will now invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to move a motion to that effect. Honorable Minister. Honorable Macho.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to move a motion that this House resolves itself into a committee of supply to consider the supplementary schedule number 3 for financial year 2024-2025. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Honorable Gwang Wilson Biralo, Jane, Patience, Adrico, James, Macho, Gerald, Akelo, Manuel, Apea, Traha, Basalira, Dr. Baremusi, Honorable Bahati, Honorable Shema, Pascal, Honorable Lelu, Honorable Afoyo Chan, Honorable Kotogong, Rita, Zombo, Aleb Tong, Lillian, Rampara, Amos, Stephen, Dr. Kefa, Enos, Honorable Baba, Honorable Max, Honorable Atima, Honorable Maureen, Matchbox, Honorable Isamat, Honorable Joel, Honorable Mutiwa, Honorable David, Honorable Kifensa, Honorable Annette Mugisha, Honorable ICT, Innovation, Chair Innovation, Honorable Catherine, Honorable Kaliro, Noeline, and elders, plus Kamukama. Speak to your motion.
Madam Speaker and colleagues, this motion is moved pursuant to Article 156 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 24 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2015, and it arises out of the need to provide for government commitments and obligations, which include outstanding certificates for the road construction companies, security-related expenditure under Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs and the Uganda Police Force, completion of Hoima Stadium, construction of Akibwa Stadium, training facilities, and operational expenses in the preparation for the African Cup of Nations AFCON 2027. Madam Speaker, in order to provide for these expenditures, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development issued supplemental expenditure within 3% of the approved budget, amounting to Uganda shillings 1.113 trillion, representing 1.54% of the approved budget. This exhausts the supplementary limit under 3%. Additionally, we sought and obtained approval from Cabinet to present to this House the supplementary expenditure amounting to Uganda shillings 3.142 trillion, which is above the 3% legal limit, and therefore requires prior parliamentary approval before the funds are utilized by the respective votes. Madam Speaker, the total supplementary expenditure under this schedule is summarized as below. Under 3%, 1.113 trillion, and above 3%, 3.142 trillion, totaling to 4.255 trillion. Madam Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Can we now get a report from the chairperson of the committee?
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to present the report of the Budget Committee on the Supplementary Expenditure Schedule number 3 for the financial year 2024-25. And I beg to lay the committee report. I also wish to lay the minutes of the committee. I also have a minority report, and I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Minister of Finance, as we have heard, presented a supplementary expenditure schedule number 3 amounting to 4.255 trillion. The Budget Committee has examined the supplementary expenditure schedule and now wishes to report. Right Honorable Speaker, Schedule 3 constitutes 1.13 trillion, that is within the 3% legal limit, and shillings 3.142 trillion, that is above the 3% legal limit of the total approved budget of 72.136 trillion for the financial year 2024-25. Honorable members, it is important to note that government has so far presented to Parliament supplementary requests for the financial year 2024-25 as summarized in the table 1, and you can look at the supplementaries. I will skip the methodology and the documents examined. We interfaced with the Minister of Finance and the accounting officers of the various MDAs that are listed in the schedule. And we have also highlighted the legal framework, specifically under Article 25 of the Public Finance Management Act, which indicates that the total supplementary expenditure that requires additional resources over and above what is approved by Parliament shall not exceed 3% of the total approved budget for that financial year without approval of Parliament. Number 2, that where funds are expended under subsection 1, supplementary estimates showing the sums spent shall be laid before Parliament within 4 months after the money has been spent. We are making further reference to the regulations 18, 5, 6, and 7 of the PFMA that indicates that Parliament may approve the supplementary appropriation, or the Minister may approve a supplementary budget as the case may be, where the supplementary expenditure is unavoidable and unforeseen. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I will go to the source of funding. According to Rule 153(2) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the supplementary estimates presented to Parliament shall clearly spell out the source of funding for the supplementary expenditure requested for each vote. This particular Schedule 3 is being funded from a combination of additional external borrowing, additional domestic borrowing, additional non-tax revenues, petroleum fund resources, among others. The table highlights the various categories as sources of funding. I will go to 3.0, the committee observations and recommendations. Part 1, supplementary requests within 3% legal limit, which amounts to 1.113 trillion.
Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm raising a procedural matter. When a supplementary schedule, which forms a part of the budget, is brought to this House, Rule 153, which should be read together with 148 and 49, requires you to subject this supplementary to scrutiny by the sectoral committees first, before the budget committee can report. There are sectors where I belong. For example, under Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the sectoral committee did not. And these supplementaries are not standalone. They anchor on the policy positions that were articulated by the executive to the sectoral committees. And now the chairperson is here reporting on these matters, which is a breach, is a violation of our own rules of procedure, for which, Madam Speaker, you are the custodian. The point of procedure I'm raising is first for you as the custodian to clarify under what powers were these mandatory provisions disregarded, or in another way abused, to the extent that the budget committee overtook the mandate of the sectoral committees. That's the first procedural matter, because it would help us avoid repetitions and also hold the executive to by the promises they made to us during commitments they made during the processing of the ministerial policy statement. That's the first preliminary point that I wanted to raise. The second one, Madam Speaker, is that this report has been uploaded about 12 minutes ago, availed to members of Parliament. You are talking about 4 trillion shillings. And unless otherwise, this is not an adequate time for a diligent member of Parliament to scrutinize and pass the budget. Even a robot may require time to be processed, the computer to give instructions to a robot to do that. So even if I assume that we are here, machines that can be programmed and coerced to do that, Madam Speaker, we must be given time. The procedural matter, the second one, which is by way of objection, is to request and require you to allow this report to be tabled as the rules provide, give us time so that we assess, and it is in good spirit. I'm not saying the supplementary is bad, but so that when we pass it, we can own and also explain to the public. Remember, there are so many supplementaries that have been requested by our districts and stakeholders who would like to be convinced why these ones and not the other one. The last one is also for us to appreciate the details which at the moment is not available. I require from you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Jonah. Jonah, I appreciate what you're saying. But when you look at the matters of urgency on some of these issues that are being brought, that is what is preempting us to do whatever we are doing. Because when you look at, if I could give you an example, Ogwang will stand up and say, you know, now my contractor is leaving Akiba Stadium. We have Chan in August, that kind of thing. And then two, the members of sectoral committees are members of the budget committee. We are alive to that fact, and our imagination and our belief is they have been there to make sure that these issues are being handled. We appreciate what you're saying. We really do so. But we have had these kind of scenarios. And then we are going into the budgeting process. As we go into the budgeting process, we should be able to conclude with this. Systems cannot stop working because we don't have money, and yet we have obligations to meet. You want to say something?
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate Honorable Jonathan for having that in-depth thinking about what we are doing. However, I want to note the following. One, specifically, for instance, for me who belongs to the Committee on Education, when we talk about AFCON and the kind of opportunity that we have as a country for the first time, and if we're about to squander it, you just know that we have lost it, and Africa will never trust us ever again. So I think, first of all, this House already has members who are in these sectoral committees. So away from being in the budget committee, we have here members who belong to this House, and they are here. It does not mean that as a House, we are not concerned at all. Right Honorable Speaker, the speakers of the House also have the powers to relate and take these matters to relevant. They take decisions. For instance, when they say that this is referred to the Committee on the Budget, that comes from the presiding
I thought
officer.
you're adding something.
Point of order.
I thought you were adding something. That's what I'd already said.
Yes, because the Speaker has the powers.
Madam Speaker.
I am saying that is what I'd already said. I was talking about issues of emergency, urgency of the matter. But anyway, before we go into a serious discussion on this, let me first congratulate my friend.
Madam Speaker, I was on
honorable members, the gentleman who gave us to host AFCON, Dr. Patrice Musepe, has been re-elected now unopposed as the president of CAF again. As Parliament, we want to congratulate him and thank him for that. Yes. I stopped you.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, the point of order,
you.
And by way of orientation.
No, I had stopped him from talking because he was repeating what I had said.
Yeah. Madam Speaker,
you allow Honorable Dur to bring the issue.
Thank you.
And one thing you should know, Jonathan is not bringing it in bad faith. He's not bringing it in bad faith. That one, just know it. One is only mindful of one. We should have sent this to the sectoral committees first. Two, why are we in a hurry? Three, we are going into a budgeting process. Couldn't we put this into the budget? But then we are saying, yes, we appreciate your issue. The issue now is we have obligations that we must meet now before we have timelines. Secondly, these issues, the chairpersons of committees are ex-officials of the budget committee. they're ex-officials, and they have been there in the committees. And I just want you to bear with us.
Madam Speaker, I perfectly understand. I'm also on procedure.
It's on procedure.
Yeah. Courtesy demands of this House, and we keep learning, that when a member of parliament rises, even on order or something, you sit down. I usually do that. But the points I raise does not go into the merit and the justification for a supplementary. I am totally acting as per our rules. That's why I have not even touched anything in it, because we shall debate it. My point was first, Madam Speaker, for us to deal with that. But with your guidance,
it's on procedure.
With your guidance, Madam Speaker, yeah, with the guidance you have provided to us, Madam Speaker, I think that if the government and the executive were looking for what in law we call a pleader, somebody who pleads on your behalf, then you have won the medal, which I didn't actually expect that the Speaker would side with the government in this aspect as a neutral arbiter. Now, the government has all the tools to plan and know what to do. No one has stopped them bringing it yesterday or the other day. Their emergency cannot, therefore, turn out to be ours, so that we don't scrutinize and pass this. Members of Parliament here.
Government, I'm not your pleader. Please speak for yourselves.
Thank you for coming back and being now the neutral arbiter, and that's what I wanted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Government.
But if the government has anything urgent, the Parliament is here. They have even ever called you and said, please recall the House. That has happened. All I am saying is that Parliament must not be taken for granted. It's not the first time. And two, even if there are urgent things, this supplementary I can submit authoritatively. It's not only about the urgent things. If we are allowed to interrogate and we ask, is this really urgent? The minister here will tell us it's not urgent. Let me even address the issue of AFCON. I'm a very ardent football supporter. I love AFCON to come here, but let me tell you.
I am even told
already.
You. No. I am even told you board and go and watch on your own.
That may be some room. Madam Speaker, AFCON was supposed to already start. Chan was supposed, by now we should have been in Chan. So, yeah, the other procedure,
yes, procedure.
Yes. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted you to note these violations of the rules. And as I mentioned, we are still available. If it pleases you, you could please follow the rules. But if it does not please you and you want to proceed, you are the custodian, you are the Speaker of Parliament, it's within your powers, Madam Speaker.
I responded to what was raised. Yes.
Right Honourable, I had not completed.
Hey. Okay, you complete then.
Yes, normally when God elects leaders or appoints leaders, they appoint leaders, God appoints leaders with wisdom, and leaders give guidance. Right Honourable Speaker, God has given me wisdom, just like He has given to other people. Today, the wisdom that I have is that let us follow the wisdom that comes from the presiding officer. Because I know that is what steers the country. God cannot give a leader just leadership without wisdom. By the time they decide that let us take this to the budget committee, that is wisdom. That is wisdom. And it comes through our rules. The Speaker has the powers. And Madam Speaker, I think those who have spoken have already spoken. This was from me. I didn't speak so that I make somebody to jump off their bench. I think that will not be a good thing.
There's an order. Are you still speaking?
Madam Speaker, this House and the position that we get appointed to are by virtue of laws. The Constitution first, the rules of procedure. Nowhere is wisdom. Nowhere is wisdom provided for in the Constitution as a yardstick for appointment of leaders. Wisdoms are good for exercise of your power, but those offices are because you exist for the country. Now, the point of
Honorable-
order, is he in order to portray and just mislead that God is around in this house always, sending his wisdom, and that me, I am here, it is not God that elected me and give me wisdom to also raise this procedural matter. Is he in order?
God is there for all of us. Yes. There is a procedure, then I will come to you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I'm not against the request for the supplementary, because if you look into the submission by the chair of the committee, the Public Finance Act has been respected. We are not beyond the 3%. The sources of this fund are very clear. I think my brother Odur expected one thing, and to the best of my knowledge, I believe you have not ruled. I think my brother wanted to know, because so many times here we have suspended some rules to see that we work towards the request of government. If we have matters of emergencies, issues relating to security and others, I think my brother Odur expected something like he expected a motion to be raised, or that you've used your powers that rule. I request for protection. I think Odur expected that Rule 148 and Rule 149 plus Rule 153 were suspended to move on. I thank you. I'm done. I'm finished.
Honorable members, I have given my guidance, and I have said we are looking at issues of urgency of these matters. Number two, the schedule that has been given is very clear. There is clarity in the schedule, and then the rules are not an end of everything. We must look at the reality, the situation at hand. We cannot say, okay, because of the rules, if there is fire that has caught a place because of the hunger in Ites or wherever, so we should now wait until that time. Let's be realistic ourselves. Maybe let's hear from government.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there are parliaments which have in their rules what we call filibuster motions, where people can filibuster the House and delay business, but we don't have. The Honorable member was on the floor submitting, and he was interrupted, and you have guided on the points being raised by Honorable Drew. I would suggest that the Honorable member be allowed to present and conclude his presentation. Otherwise, we are just moving in circles, raising points of procedure before he has completed the submission. So I beg that you allow him to submit, then we shall debate the presentation.
Thank you. You have a minority, you will present, you will have your time. No. Let's have the report presented. Huh? Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, part one is the one that attributed to the 3% legal limit. This is where government spends and they report to the House. So the votes under this part, money has already been spent. So vote 001, State House, 8.967 billion.
Procedure.
Madam Speaker, the government chief whip as mandated by our rules, presented to us a list and designated chairpersons and vice chairpersons of committees. And I know the chairperson of budget, I also know the vice chairperson of budget. And you have severally referred to the current holder, Honorable Katesh, as the chairperson, without due regard to the members who approved the chairperson and the vice. Wouldn't it be procedurally correct that we...
Honorable Adur Jonathan, that is Honorable Katesh, a member of Budget Committee. I did not want to say this, but maybe I may be forced to say it, that the chairperson of the committee, actually last night I left the hospital, not last night, this morning, I left the hospital at 3. From nowhere he collapsed and is hospitalized. And Honorable Poloti Shagi is sick, is in hospital, and I had already given permission to his deputy to travel, and I am the one who gave him permission to take on. And Honorable Polot, for your information, is still in the hospital.
Vote 002, State House, 8.96 billion. The committee was informed that State House required 5.7 billion for classified expenditure and 3.2 billion to support the internal security organization to carry out operations, stop citizens from abusive use of wetlands. The committee recommends approval of 8.967 billion to vote 002 State House. Vote 004 Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, 186 billion. The committee observes that 186 billion was requested to cater for classified expenditure and operational shortfalls. The committee recommends approval of 186 billion to vote 004 Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. Vote 005 Ministry of Public Service, 1 billion. The committee observes that 1 billion was requested to enable the ministry to meet shortfalls on emoluments, medical, and funeral expenses for the former entitled leaders. The committee recommends approval of 1 billion to vote 005 Ministry of Public Service. Vote 009 Ministry of Internal Affairs, 18.403 billion. The committee observes that the Ministry of Internal Affairs provided 16 billion for delivery of internal security coordination services, shillings 1.99 billion for community service orders to address the increase in the number of prisoners, thus leading to higher costs for feeding prisoners, utilities, and managing human rights challenges, and shillings 413 million for effective monitoring, regulation of the NGO Bureau and their contribution to the common good. The committee recommends approval of 18.403 billion to vote 009 Ministry of Internal Affairs. Vote 1012 Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, 11.953 billion. The committee observes that the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development provided for compensation of land at Chiyuni Parish, Gayaza Sub-County, Chankwanzi District. This is in line with the Presidential Directive of 11th July 2022 for government to settle the squatters. The committee therefore recommends approval of 11.953 million to vote 012 Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Vote 013 Ministry of Education and Sports, 7.09 billion. The committee observes that the Ministry of Education and Sports requires 7.09 billion for Walimu Teachers Sacco Limited. The Ministry of Education and Sports signed an MOU with Microfinance Support Center Limited to manage the funds for Walimu Teachers Sacco amounting to 9.317 billion. However, the Sacco leadership objected to the arrangement in favor of managing the fund themselves. At the time of the objection, only 9.07 billion had not been disbursed. Accordingly, Uganda shillings 7.09 was transferred to Bank of Uganda and later to the Uganda Consolidated Fund. The committee recommends approval of 7.09 billion to vote 013 Minister of Education and Sports for Walimu Teachers Sacco. Vote 014 Minister of Health, 12.287 billion. The committee was informed that the Minister of Health received Gavi funding for malaria vaccine introduction and co-financing requirements for routine vaccines in order to sustain routine immunization program. The committee recommends approval of 12.287 billion to vote 014 Minister of Health. Vote 015 Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, 115 billion. The committee was informed that the Tiag Sugar Factory required government funding. Government acquired 40% ordinary shareholding in Atiak factory. However, since 2020, when it started operations, the factory has been facing a number of challenges, including but not limited to failure to attain the planting needs, frequent fires, inadequate infrastructure, labor shortages, and high cost of raw materials. The funding is required for providing agriculture extension services, public infrastructure and housing development, irrigation, factory expansion, and debt financing. The committee therefore recommends approval of 115 billion to vote 015 Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives funding Atiak Sugar Factory. Vote 016 Ministry of Works, Transport, 61.9 billion. The committee observes that the Ministry of Works and Transport 61.9 billion was provided for the settlement of the outstanding SGS compensation payment. The committee was further informed that the failure to meet the obligation will mean that government will not have access to the inspection sites which are needed as sites for fitting digital number plates and exposure to litigation damages. The committee therefore recommends approval of 61.9 billion to vote 016 Minister of Works and Transport for settlement of outstanding compensation SGS. Vote 018 Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, 800 million. The committee observes that the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development requires 800 million as additional amount required to meet the shortfalls for hosting the Ateker Reunion Festival. The committee recommends approval of 800 million to vote 018 Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development. Vote 019 Minister of Water Environment, 31.749 billion. The committee observes that the Ministry of Water and Environment requires 31.749 billion for counterpart funding obligations under Strategic Towns Water Supply and Sanitation Project. The committee recommends approval of 31.749 billion to 019. Vote 126, National Information Technology Authority, 18 billion. The committee observed that the National Information Technology Authority requires 18 billion to enable the vote settle outstanding obligations with Soliton to ensure uninterrupted ICT services. The committee recommends approval of 18 billion to vote 126, NITA-U. Vote 130, Treasury Operations, 380.496 billion. Committee was informed that 380.49 billion was provided as follows: 298 billion being funding for promissory note obligations in respect of completion of Ruboa Hospital, 37.496 billion in interest payment on the IMF special drawing rights, quota allocation, 15 billion debt management fees for the rural electrification project, and 30 billion for quota awards. The committee recommend approval of 380.496 billion to vote 130 treasury operations. Vote 131, Office of the Auditor General, 15 billion. The committee was informed that the Office of the Auditor General requires 15 billion for operational shortfalls to maintain the audit scope. The committee recommends approval of 15 billion to vote 130, Office of the Auditor General. Vote 132, Education Service Commission, 1.3 billion. The committee observed that the Education Service Commission requires 1.3 billion to facilitate the vote recruit 2,852 teaching and non-teaching staff required to operationalize 92 Phase 2 seed secondary schools under the UGIFT program. The committee recommends approval of 1.3 billion to vote 132, Education Service Commission. Vote 130, Uganda Revenue Authority, 38.137 billion. The committee observes that Uganda Revenue Authority requires 38.13 billion for payment to Riponami Inc. Corporation in respect of the 25% of the net rental income taxes collected for Greater Kampala area over and above the baseline. The committee recommends approval of 38.17 billion to vote 141, URA. Vote 144, Uganda Police Force, 190.969 billion. The committee observed that Uganda Police Force requires 190.969 billion to meet operational shortfalls for the financial year 2024-25 in respect of food, crime intelligence and investigations, utilities, classified assets, vehicles for DPCs and domestic areas. The committee recommends approval of 190.969 billion to vote 144, Uganda Police Force. Vote 302, Mbara University, 3.99 billion. The committee observed that Mbara University requires 3.998 billion for non-tax revenue collections, which are over projections in the budget and have been confirmed by the Accountant General. The committee recommends approval of 3.9 billion to vote 302. Vote 415, Moroto Regional Referral Hospital, shillings 481 million. The committee observed that Moroto Regional Referral Hospital requires 481 million to cater for renovation and replacement of old and dilapidated structures and the old drainage system. The committee recommends approval of 481 million to vote 415, Moroto Regional Referral Hospital. Vote 506, Uganda High Commission, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, 749 million. The committee was informed that Uganda High Commission in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, requires 749 million to enable the vote meet budget shortfalls on rent, financial constraints in the Uganda Consulate in Arusha, and organization and participation in the 5th session of the Uganda-Tanzania Joint Permanent Commission. The committee recommends approval of 749 million to vote 506. Vote 512, the Uganda Embassy in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, 2 billion. The committee was informed that Uganda Embassy in Addis requires 2 billion to cover budget shortfalls on rent, AU Peace and Security Council activities, and to cater for salary shortfalls. The committee recommends approval of 2 billion to vote 512. Vote 513, Uganda Embassy in China, Beijing, 219 million. The committee was informed that the Uganda Embassy in China, Beijing, requires 219 million to cater for unpaid premiums on medical insurance to avoid legal action against the vote. The committee recommends approval of 209 million to vote 513. Vote 515, Uganda Embassy in Japan, Tokyo, 1.5 billion. Committee was informed that the Uganda Embassy in Japan requires 1.5 billion to facilitate the 2025 Osaka World Expo in view of the economic and commercial diplomacy. The committee recommends approval of 1.5 billion to vote 515. Vote 516, Uganda Embassy in Saudi Arabia, 273 million. The committee was informed that the Uganda Embassy in Saudi Arabia requires 273 million to cater for outstanding medical bills of the head of mission. The committee recommends approval of 273 million to vote 516, I beg your pardon. Vote 517, Uganda Embassy in Denmark, Copenhagen, 904 million. The committee was informed that the Uganda Embassy in Denmark requires 904 million to cater for the vote, take on additional accreditation functions, rent increments, security enhancements, and anticipated costs for recalling and posting officers. The committee recommends approval of 904 million to vote 517. Vote 523, Uganda Embassy in German, Berlin, 2.959 billion. Committee was informed that the embassy in German requires 2.959 billion to cater for the operationalization of the new office in Austria because of the strategic nature of Vienna as a diplomatic hub and opportunities, and also cater for the relocation of the mission premises, which was not planned for at the time of finalization of the financial year budget 2024-25. Committee recommends approval of 2.959 billion to vote 523. Vote 524, mission in Iran, 1.038 billion. The committee was informed that the Uganda mission in Iran requires 1.038 billion to cater for the vote in order to meet the budget shortfalls under rent, medical, travel abroad, and wage return to the consolidated fund in financial year 2023-24, given the need to travel and collect funds from Uganda. The committee recommends approval of 1.038 billion to vote 524. Vote 537, Uganda mission in Havana, Cuba, 314 million. The committee was informed that the Uganda mission in Havana, Cuba required 314 million to cater for deficits in rent costs, furniture, and household items, and branding and promotional materials. The committee recommends approval of 314 million to vote 537. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I now move to part 2. This is the supplementary requests over and above the 3% legal limit. This is the one that requires prior parliament approval, and it amounts to 3.142 trillion. Part 1 was already done, so this is where the ministry cannot spend before they get parliamentary approval. Vote 001, Office of the President, 3.6 billion. The committee was informed that the Office of the President required 3.6 billion to cater for shortfalls on wage for the deputy RDCs. The committee recommends approval of 3.6 billion. Vote 01, Office of the President, to cater for the wage shortfalls of the deputy RDCs. Vote 002, State House, 358.068 billion. The committee was informed that the State House requires 358.068 billion to cater for the classified expenditure shortfalls. The committee recommends approval of 358.068 billion to vote 002. Vote 003, Office of the Prime Minister, 2.249 billion. The committee was informed that the Office of the Prime Minister requires 2.249 billion for operational requirements for the Office of the Deputy Head of Public Service. Committee recommends approval of 2.249 billion to vote 003. Vote 004, Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, 47.174 billion. The committee was informed that the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs requires 47.174 billion to be used as follows. Number one, 33.3 billion for compulsory acquisition of land in Mpigi district, which is owned by the parliamentary circle for the establishment of a military police barracks. Two, 13.874 billion for operational shortfalls. The committee recommends approval of 47.174 billion to vote 004. Vote 007, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, 10.6 billion. The committee was informed that the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs requires 10.6 billion shortfalls, 10.6 billion to cover shortfalls on compensation to third parties. The committee recommends approval of 10.6 billion to vote 007. Vote 008, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, 166.5 billion. The committee was informed that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development requires 166.5 billion to meet shortfalls on the East African crude oil pipeline financing under Uganda National Oil Company, and that the Uganda National Oil Company already has these funds but requires appropriation. The committee therefore recommends approval of 166.5 billion to 002. Vote 010, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, 27.48 billion. The committee was informed that MAIF required 27.48 billion to provide the following: 18.252 to replenish funds that were used for hosting the African Union Extraordinary Summit on Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, which was held in January. Number two, 9.229 billion to cover the costs of terminal benefits for staff impacted by the rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure. And these are from UCDA, Uganda Cotton Development, Direct Development Authority, and NADS. The committee recommends approval of 27.481 billion to vote 01. Vote 011, Minister of Local Government, 76.157 billion. The committee was informed that the Minister of Local Government requires 76.157 billion, of which 35.2 billion is for the vehicles for local political leaders, such as the district chairpersons, city and municipal mayors. And that 40.957 billion is for external funding from the Islamic Development Bank for implementation of the local economic growth support project. The committee recommends approval of 83.462 billion to vote 011. Vote 900, ex gratia areas to local governments, 7.304. The committee was informed that various local governments under Annex 2 required 7.304 billion for areas for ex gratia and honoraria for lower local council leaders. The committee recommends approval of 7.304 billion for areas of ex gratia and honoraria for local government, various local governments as listed in the annex. Vote 020, Minister of Information, Communication and Technology, 1.31 billion. Committee was informed that the ministry received NTR from the Uganda Communications Commission from a 2% levy collected from the communications operator. The ministry intends to spend the funds on the development of an artificial intelligence policy and operationalization of the parish development management information system. Committee recommends 1.31 billion to vote 020. Vote 115, Uganda Heart Institute, 158.863 million. The committee was informed of the available funds from the Arab Bank for Economic Development, BADEA. BADEA reimbursed funds worth 158.863 million to Government of Uganda to cater for Uganda Heart Institute for the funds utilized in the financial year 2023-24. However, these funds were not appropriated in the budget for the financial year 2024-25 and require a supplementary for the Uganda Heart Institute to utilize these funds. The committee recommends approval of 158.863 million for vote 115, Uganda Art Institute. Vote 013, Minister of Education and Sports, 97.786 billion. The committee was informed that the Minister of Education and Sports requires 97.786 billion to be provided as follows. Shillings 941 million for wage and operation of the National Library of Uganda, which was transferred from the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development during RAPEX. 9 billion towards the Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education. On 2nd July 2024, UNITE was established as a degree awarding institution for specialized education programs for pre-service and in-service teachers in pre-primary, primary, and post-primary education. However, the structure of UNITE had not been approved by the Ministry of Public Service in time for inclusion in the budget for the financial year 24-25, and therefore the institution is facing a shortfall of wage, statutory obligation, and operational costs. 87.845 billion for upgrading of Nelson Mandela Stadium to CAF standards in preparation for Uganda hosting of 2027 AFCON. The committee recommends approval of 97.786 billion to vote 013, Minister of Education and Sports for those listed items. Vote 160, National Council of Sports, 166, 257.155 billion. Committee was informed that the National Council of Sports required 257.155 billion towards the completion of Hoima Stadium, construction of the Akibua Stadium, and upgrading of the approved training facilities in preparation for AFCON, and operation expenses for hosting the CHAN, which is a precursor to AFCON. The committee recommends approval of 257.155 billion to vote 166. Vote 111, National Council for National Curriculum Development Center, 7.132 billion. The committee was informed that the National Council for Curriculum Development for Curriculum Development Center required 7.132 billion for immediate and interim interventions for the implementation of the A-level curriculum. Committee recommends approval of 7.132 billion to vote 111. Vote 015, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, 1.3 billion. The committee was informed that the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives required 1.3 billion for support to the ministry in ensuring the growth in manufacturing and industrialization, and to support the export growth strategy unit to cater for wages and rent. Committee recommends approval of 1.3 billion to vote 015. Vote 016, Minister of Works, Transport, Works and Transport, 955.812 billion. The committee observed that the Minister of Works, Transport required 955.812 billion to be provided as follows: 63.512 billion to cover the costs of terminal benefits for staff impacted by RAPEX under UNRA and Uganda Road Fund. 61 billion for outstanding obligations on the SGS compensation for the non-tax revenue. 15 is a breakdown, 15 billion Soret Flying School, Stroke East African Civil Aviation Academy, Rairies, Karangala, and National Review Board. 500 billion outstanding debt against the interim payment certificates for the national roads projects and the district and urban community access roads, DUCA. 40.2 billion for the construction of the steel jetty at Pakwach Bridge and access roads to cement factory in Karamoja. 291.1 billion for the preliminary works for the commencement of the Marava Kampala SGR project to finance the works under the limited notice to proceed. The committee recommends approval of 955.812 billion to vote 016. Vote 017, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, 928.014 billion. The committee observed that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development required 928.014 billion for the following: Umeme buyout, 725.42 billion, and capex, that's capitalization, 190 billion. 7 billion for the construction of a dedicated power line in Ntungamo, provide reliable power to the Inspire Africa Coffee Factory and H5 Tin Factory. The line will pick its supply from the Milama Hills substation and will be completed in 6 months. 5.59 billion reimbursement of funds utilized from the electricity transmission infrastructure project, which were used to pay for outstanding thermal power capacity charges. The committee recommends the approval of 928.014 billion to vote 017. Vote 018, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, 8.53 billion. The committee observed that the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development required money for 4.6 billion for the national celebrations, Women's Day, Youth Day, Day for the Older Persons, and people with disabilities, and Labor Day, 3.88 billion to support Masurita Remand Home. Committee recommends approval of 8.53 billion to vote 018. 022, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, 3.24 billion. Committee observed that the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage required 3.24 billion for additional NTR. The committee was informed that the NTR collected by the Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute in Jinja from school fees and hotel revenue is to be used for the payment of contractual gratuity, training, and operationalization of the new administration block. The committee recommends approval, 3.24 billion to vote 022. Vote 122, Kampala City Council, Kampala Capital City Authority, 6.711 billion. Committee was informed that the KCCA provided 6.71 billion to cater for shortfalls in the city cleaners' wages, resulting from 6.594 billion, resulting from the increase in the number of workers and the new terms of employment for the cleaners, and allowances for parish chiefs for PDM monitoring. The committee recommends approval of 6.711 billion to vote 122. Vote 130, OAG, 17.2 billion. Committee was informed that the Office of the Auditor General required 17.2 billion for restoration of the budget for OAG to enable efficient operations for the rest of the financial year. The committee recommends approval, 17.2 billion to vote 131. Vote 137, NIRA, 436.872 million. NIRA required this money for civil registration department that it received from URSB during RAPEX. The committee recommends approval of 436.872 million to vote 137 NIRA. Vote 138, Uganda Investment Authority, 5 billion. The committee observed that the Investment Authority required 5 billion from contractual obligations for the owner's engineer for works at Kampala Industrial and Business Park, Namamve. The committee recommends approval of 5 billion to vote 132. Vote 142, narrow. The committee observed that the National Agricultural Research Organization required 70 billion, out of which 10 billion was for the management of aflatoxins in cereals and other related products. NARO has developed aflatoxin mitigation products and established a production and research facility with the capability to produce the desired tonnage of aflatoxin mitigation in the country. It required 60 billion for the rollout of anti-tick vaccine. This will enable NARO to roll out the anti-tick vaccine, after which the facility will be self-sustainable. NARO has completed the clinical trials of the vaccine, and it has been proven to be 95% effective. This supplementary will enable the production and distribution of 20 million doses of the vaccine. The committee recommends 70 billion to vote 142. NARO. Vote 167, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, 60 billion. The committee was informed that the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation required 60 billion for the completion and operationalization of the coffee value addition park in Intungamo. The funds are for completion of the standards, certifications, and working capital to enable purchase of coffee from farmers, operational funds for running the coffee processing hub, and marketing and branding. Committee recommends the approval of 60 billion for vote 167. Vote 301, Makerere University, 5 billion. The committee was informed about the shortfalls in education materials, support for research, and support for gender and equity interventions to replace the donor funding which has ended, as we know. And the committee recommends approval of 5 billion to vote 301. Vote 409, Masaka Hospital, 600 million. Committee was informed that Masaka Hospital was running out of regional medical equipment maintenance workshop, which repairs. The committee was informed that this hospital required 600 million for running the regional equipment maintenance workshop, which repairs and services medical equipment for referral hospital and health facilities in the Greater Masaka. So the committee recommends 600 million to vote 409. Vote 417, Kirudu National Referral Hospital, 2 billion. This money is needed to enable the hospital procure dialysis consumables to cater for the increased number of patients and also support other satellite sites in Lirambari and Barara hospitals. The committee recommends approval of 2 billion to vote 417. Vote 505, Uganda High Commission in Kenya, 1.8 billion. High Commission in Kenya provided 1.8 billion as funding that will be used for remedial works on the restoration of Uganda House, which was destroyed during protests in Nairobi, to avoid deterioration of the building. The committee was further informed that these funds arose from a saving from the tax exemption on the building materials and appreciation of Uganda shillings against the Kenya shillings. Committee therefore recommends approval of 1.8 billion to vote 505. Vote 600, local governments, 9.536 billion. The committee was informed that this money was provided various local governments for additional local revenue to local governments that are projecting to collect more local revenue for the financial year. The local governments are listed in Annex 1, and therefore the committee recommends 9.536 billion to various local governments as provided in the annex. Vote 808, Amuru District, 1.271 billion. The committee was informed that Amuru District required 1.271 billion to cover for the shortfall in the verified wage bill. The committee recommends approval of 1.271 billion to vote 808 Amuru District to cover for the verified wage bill. Vote 837 Isingiro District, 2.348 billion. The committee was informed that the Isingiro district required 2.348 billion to cover for the shortfall on the verified wage bill. The committee recommends approval of 2.348 billion to vote 808 Isingiro district to cover for the shortfall on the verified wage bill. Conclusion. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I request the House approves the supplementary expenditures under Schedule number 3 for the financial year 2024-2025, totaling to 4,254.968 billion as outlined in the table 3 and detailed by the vote in the supply schedules for the proposed supply schedules. The Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to report.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just a minute, Chair. I want to take you to 36. 36. That is vote 11. Let's hear from the minority.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as I had mentioned, among the reports I laid on the floor is a minority report from one of my members, Honorable Semuju Ibrahim Nganda, and as part of the committee report, I request him to take us through his minority report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thought Honorable Katashumba and I are just members of the committee. I am not your member. We are of the same status, if you heard me. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Katesh is the chair as of now.
No,
Designate.
Madam Speaker, I don't know.
Anyway, all of us are members of parliament. All of us, including myself.
Madam Speaker, this report, and I am now in the background, is in line with Rule 205 of our Rules of Procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament approved the total budget of 72.130 trillion for this financial year. The Minister of Finance in January, this calendar year, revised this budget through a supplementary schedule number 1 to 73.18 trillion. The ministry then tabled the second supplementary request in February, primarily transfer money meant for rationalized agencies to ministries. It has now trafficked another supplementary schedule number 3, totaling 4.255 trillion. That will revise the budget to 77.4 trillion, the budget of this financial year. This supplementary request is in 2 parts. Just for emphasis, the main report captures that, one that is below the 3% and one that is above. So I'll skip those 2 paragraphs. Remember, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, that this budget started with 52.7 trillion in the budget framework paper. It grew to 0.5 million in the draft estimates, and 58 trillion in the appropriation bill, finally becoming 72 with the last minute Kurjena. You remember the one they brought here at lunchtime. This therefore has been a chaotic appropriation process, one not seen in the modern history of this parliament. Non-compliance with the law, just for emphasis, the Honorable Doe dealt with this matter. Rule 153, and I go to 3 specifically, states that the Speaker shall commit the proposed supplementary estimates to the Budget Committee and to each sectoral committee the part of the supplementary that follows within the jurisdiction of the respective sectoral committee. That to save the committee, because ordinarily they are supposed to look at procurement plans, recruitment, work plan, etc. And please take note, before I resume, that we have 3 months to go to the end of the financial year. The money you are passing, there must be capacity to absorb it. This supplementary budget request was only laid in Parliament yesterday. Suspiciously, the Budget Committee, whose chair is indisposed and vice not around, scheduled a meeting to consider this request today, March 12th. This meeting was still ongoing at the commencement of today's sitting. Yet the matter was on the order paper already. Tens of accounting officers who came to Parliament to explain the need for a supplementary budget were not even afforded adequate time to explain, as they were being marched from the Budget Committee even before introducing themselves. Mind you, this is a 4 trillion supplementary request that must be scrutinized. In truth, no serious scrutiny has been done as envisaged by our rules. The Public Finance Management Act is very clear in section 25(7). It states Parliament may approve a supplementary, or the minister may approve a supplementary budget, as the case may be, where the expenditure is unabsorbable, unavoidable, and unforeseeable. In fact, this is not in the report, but the introduction of the chairman, the one who assumed the chair, he said none of these things fit in this description of the law. That was his introductory remarks. I hope he has included it in the minutes. And the terms are defined below. Unabsorbable means an expenditure that cannot be funded through virement. Unavoidable means an expenditure that cannot be postponed to the next financial year. Unforeseeable does not include an expenditure that was foreseeable by the vote at the time of preparation of the budget of the vote, or an expenditure that should have been included in the budget of the vote. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. All the items, some, by the way, very important, are items that either were included in the budget as unfunded priorities or were foreseeable. You can look at the examples I am giving below. Office of the President, RDCs. We are required to look at a recruitment plan before you pass a budget. So you mean this Parliament wants to indict itself that it looked at no recruitment plan? State House wants a 358 billion for emerging classified. I will come to that later. Ministry of Defense, 13 billion for operational shortfall. Minister of Education for upgrading Nelson Mandela. I don't know where they were. Not to know that you needed to upgrade the Mandela. National Curriculum Development Center. Children have already reported for A level. They are getting money to do a curriculum. God save Uganda. Minister of Science and Technology. They want 60 billion to support coffee manufacturing. I said the point I am articulating, that none of these items is of an emergency nature to qualify under the Public Finance and Management Act. But I have also picked a few items that we've had problems with in this Parliament, and I'll start with the Pinetis Ruwa Specialized Hospital. They now want another 290 billion. In this request, there is 380.496 billion for debt servicing, of which 290 billion is for Ruwa Specialized Hospital, being constructed by the famous President Museveni's Italian friend, Enrica Maria Aristidina Pinetti. So even you want to change, you want to change Pinetti's name. But madam,
can you finish? And
but I am reading a report here.
You just continue.
In this request, you interrupted me and I lost the flow. Now, let me return. In this request, there is 380.496 billion for debt servicing, of which 298 billion is for Ruwa Specialized Hospital, being constructed by the famous President Museveni's Italian friend, Enrica Maria Aristidina Pinetti. The money, I have even provided her photo, people may forget. You look at the photo there. The money, 298 billion for Pinetti's hospital, has already been paid under the 3% that doesn't require prior parliamentary approval. This brings the total so far paid to Pinetti for this hospital to 774.469 billion. I don't need to remind the country where and when Uganda fell in love with Italian investor Pinetti. Mentioning her name is painful enough. And I provide a table there to show you how we have been pumping money in the war. I don't know when she will be coming next. Please wait. So I don't need to go on the table. The Auditor General's report on Treasury operations for the year ending June 30th, 2023, highlighted concerns that although the owner's engineer issued milestone certificates based on progress reports from the contractor, the engineer faced restricted access to the construction site. This limitation undermined their role in safeguarding the interests of both the Minister of Health and the Minister of Finance. The audit further revealed that the milestone certificates were primarily based on contractor submitted reports, engineer fees, and not the actual physical work completed. The Public Accounts Committee Central, in its review of the Auditor General's report, observed that the government failed to conduct adequate due diligence on the agreements and the project overall, raising doubts about the validity of the payments relative to the work completed. The committee was unable to verify the progress of the work at the site due to repeated obstruction by the project developer. That's the Committee on Public Accounts. In light of these issues, there is significant risk of financial loss for Ugandans if additional funding is allocated to the project. It's recommended that the project be halted until a special audit report is completed and Parliament can deliberate on the findings. From Museveni to Pinetti to Amina. Now I am on another vote. Minister of Finance is also seeking approval of 115 billion already given to another woman investor, Miss Amina Mogi Hass of Somali origin.
Yes.
The money has been pumped in her company, the Hoyal Investment Holding Company Limited, to facilitate Attack Sugar Factory. That they are facilitating it to return to operations. This money is being requested under Ministry of Trade, and it has been transferred to Amina through Uganda Development Company. We have so far spent 553.71 billion on this factory. If you approve 115 billion, you will have given Amina 600 68.710 billion. The stake of Uganda in this factory is 40% ordinary shares, bought at 80 billion. This company was last valued in 2018-19 and its value was put at 205 billion. The government also has preferential shares in this company. The government is almost absent on the board but continues pumping money into this factory. Please take note that Ms. Amina has invested only 125 billion in the company, has 60% shares, and the government that has invested 668 billion only 40 shares. Only a madman continues making such an investment. We are being taken for a ride. These sort of agreements are the reason we have ended up where we are with Umeme. And how we have been giving money to this factory, that is the table that follows. Country spending 2.8 billion on Museveni and wife daily. I am now on State House. They are the occupants. You can say no, but that's the law. I have even put their picture. The approved budget for State House for financial year 2024-2025 was 452.2 billion. In January, I don't know why they are not putting the picture. In January, about, you've given them too much money, they are now staging weddings. In January, about a month ago,
there's
State
an
House
order. There's
that
an
didn't have a
order
wedding.
from Macho. From Macho first.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy that my good friend, Honorable Semujo, is representing his minority report. And he's a honorable member of parliament. Madam Speaker, honorable, in the English dictionary means respect. In Luganda, I don't know what it means. But one day, Honorable Odur described it here. He's presenting a report that he wants support from members of parliament, but the language he's using, and even the pictures, because we had a majority report from government. It didn't show any picture personalizing anybody. Is therefore honorable, my brother Nganda, presenting well when he is trying to insinuate and attack a personality of a president and his family by even showing the pictures? Is he in order?
Honorable Semujo, it's just out of courtesy and respect for you to present your report without bringing any pictures. It doesn't require. And if it is an issue of State House, if it is an issue of State House, for instance, if you're allocating money to Parliament of Uganda, are you allocating to Among? You are allocating to everybody. All the members of Parliament, the security, the what, all those people. Those are the people who are taking care of your life, protecting you. When you talk about, I don't know whether you can ever finish a debate in this house without mentioning the names Seven and Janet. Can't you do that? That would even make your submission better. There's a procedural matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think Honorable Semju needs to understand this. Article 99 and Article 98 of our Constitution, it tells us that there shall be a president the commander-in-chief, and the head of state. And in this case, we have a president, and the president who has been elected by the majority and who are the Ugandans of this nation. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a difference between the State House and President Museveni. A very big difference. Once we sit here as Parliament and we allocate money to cater for State House, it has to do with State House duties and the functions. That's not President Museveni. Just like Parliament. For instance, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Semuju is a member of Parliament, but is being facilitated by the government of Uganda to go and perform duties that are totally meant for him to perform for the good of his constituents. But that doesn't mean that you, the Honorable Semuju Nganda, when you give out something to your constituent, that means that you have cheated Uganda. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to inform Honorable Semuju that President Museveni and his family, they are not as poor as you think, to be sincere. And even the money that we give out, it is not meant for them. That is for the State House as the what? As an entity or as an institution. Is he proceeding well to continue bringing personal pictures, photos, and everything, and even giving out people's names without giving us a clear evidence? Even the money that you talk about, there are people who can be able to account for it. And even today, we're in the committee, you asked that question and it was fully answered. I think this should stop, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
It has become a habit here.
Thank you. Honorable members, our rules dictate that we don't discuss about persons who are not in this house. President Museveni is not in this house with his family, so it is not proper for you to start mentioning about their names. If the money is for State House, let it be for State House. Let it be for State House.
You see, the trouble, Madam Speaker, you need to go and read the law called the Presidential Vice President and Prime Minister's Emoluments and Benefits Act. This is personal.
You're telling who to read the law?
The one who is very angry that the family is talked about.
And what's wrong with them getting the benefits by virtue of their offices?
And I am not.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I have had a statement from my good friend, Honorable Semuju, saying that this is personal. Like the colleague did say, first it's constitutional that this country takes foot of the bills of the head of state. Is it in order to begin to assume that as per the figures he has attributed here, specifically go to the head of state as Museveni as personal? Is it in order?
By the way, when it is your entitlement, it is your entitlement. Like today, the leader of opposition's vehicle was smashed. It is his entitlement. We as Parliament, we are going to repair it again, even if we didn't send him to Kawempe.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
there is a procedure matter. Honorable members, I will be forced to now push the thing to debate if you're not finishing.
Madam Speaker, I needed your guidance. I want your guidance in accordance with Article 164. Article 164, sorry, yeah.
On accountability?
Yeah, it says permanent secretary or the accounting officer in charge of a ministry or department shall be accountable to Parliament for all funds in that ministry. And 63
64:3 says Parliament shall monitor all expenditure
Of the
of
public
public
funds.
funds.
Yes.
So I don't know if we are not proceeding well when a member chooses to inquire into how monies which are derived from the consolidated fund are spent. What law would that member have breached? I needed your guidance on that.
Honorable member, it says the accounting officer. Museveni is not the accounting officer. We have an accounting officer in that office who has never failed to do accountability for the monies that are given to that vote. So for that case, we can interrogate onto the vote, but then to the accounting officer. Me, I'm a beneficiary. I don't mind whether there's fuel in my car or whatever, but it has to be there. It is my benefit. On who? On who? You let him finish, and
Yeah. You are a senior MP. Let me finish my report.
Honourable members.
Madam Speaker, in January, about a month ago.
Order on who?
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Order on who?
My point of order, Right, Honourable Speaker, we spent 2 weeks here discussing the dress code of members of Parliament. We were clear, and our rules were amended, and they became very clear, and they began with immediate effect. Right, Honourable Speaker, I remember 2 weeks ago, one of the colleagues came and began to urge about the cultural dressing, and we ruled it out. Is Honourable Oguzuli in order, Right Honourable, to dress as if he has come for a ceremony in Nigeria, yet the rest of...
Honourable members, I am yet to gazette the rules. So for now, the rules are not yet gazetted. Once gazetted, then they take effect. Can you finish?
Madam Speaker, under the rules, you have a duty to protect me, but you're also joining those who are harassing me. Because I have got to read the report. In January, you are a senior MP. Stop heckling like you were in a market. In January, about a month ago.
There is an order. Why are you harassing me?
Madam Speaker, first of all, it's very absurd that I'm really moving on a point of order to a senior member who has been here with me from the time we came together. First of all, is he in order to begin using a derogatory language against the chair and doubting the authority of the chair? Is he in order?
You know, there is growing up and being brought up. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I want to stick to the report because this is important for the country.
Please go stick to the report.
In January, about a month ago, State House came back to Parliament requesting to increase its budget by 234.75 billion for classified expenditure. You obedient MPs approved it, bringing the total State House budget for this financial year to 686.6 billion. They have come back again with another request of 367 billion, which if you approve will bring State House 2024-25 financial year's budget to 1 trillion, even before the year has ended. If we divide this money by the number of days in a year, it means the country is spending 2.8 billion on the residence of our dear president and his dear wife daily, 120 billion per hour, 120 million and 2 million per second. In these 2 minutes that I am speaking to you, the president and Mama have already spent about $500 million. Honourable members, you also need to take note that classified expenditure has become the code for siphoning taxpayers' money. State House was given 8 billion for classified in the budget.
Order.
Why doesn't Honorable Gwanga stand here? Because he has an order for every sentence.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you have clearly guided that His Excellency the President, General Kaguta Museveni, is not a vote. Is Honorable Sembuju therefore in order to continue speaking about the President as if he's the vote? Can you please stick to State House or President's office? Is he in order to insist and continue misleading this House, misleading himself?
Honorable Sembuju, can you read the report? Stick to your report. Can we finish your report?
Honorable members, you also need to take note.
Yes.
That classified expenditure has become the code for siphoning taxpayers' money.
Honorable members, you now.
Madam Speaker, I am moving on a point of procedure. With due respect to my colleague, Honorable Sembuju, I have looked at the report and the wording of that report. It lacks the decorum of this House, with due respect. Number two, if you look at what my colleague had previously submitted here, it also brings in the accounting officer here in question, and at the same time is lumping it to the head of state as a person. Because, for instance, Madam Speaker, he clearly gives a day, a minute, a second. These figures cannot be accepted and equated to the head of state. Madam Speaker, moving on the point of procedure. Is the Honorable Sembuju Nganda procedurally right to continue misleading and giving irrelevant report which does not conform to the decorum is discussed? Is it procedurally right?
Honorable members, the more you continue interjecting, you're giving him relevance. Let him finish his report. Let him finish his report. Then we'll go to vote by vote. Honorable members, listen.
You see the trouble.
It is a minority report. You cannot reject a minority report. Why don't you read the rules?
You see
can you finish your report?
Yeah, but you see, I am being interrupted, including by colleagues who don't even know that when the speaker makes a ruling, you can't move a motion. You know how to move, but maybe some orientation is still necessary. Honorable members, you also need to take note that classified expenditure has become the code for siphoning taxpayers' money. State House was given 8 billion for classified in the budget. The subsequent requests are all of classified in nature, totaling now to 600 billion, which is 57% of the total State House budget. What is classified about a residence? Like I see colleagues who are agitated. What is classified about a residence? We need to assign a parliamentary committee to interview our president and his wife. Tell us what is classified, what classified things do they do at their residence?
By the way, we have a committee on classified.
Yes.
We have a committee on classified, and reports are always made on classified.
State House is the creature. This is important.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad that you have confirmed this issue has been bothering me, how we proceed on classified expenditure, and you have informed the House. Would you be pleased to go a little bit extra and inform us who is the chairperson of classified and the members for the record of this House?
You know the word classified. Honorable members, we have two classified committees. We have a classified for budget purpose, and then we have classified for oversight. The classified for oversight, the chair of the classified for oversight is the speaker. The members include the chair PAC and the two classified persons, two classified MPs who are vetted and are put there. So those members are there. There are 4 members in that committee. Then in the budget committee, the budget classified is chair defense, chair budget, and one other classified member.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for that information. I didn't have it, and with the information you have provided, it is the first time in the history of the Commonwealth, unprecedented, that the Speaker chairs a committee and reports to herself. Thank you.
It is the law, and I got it there. I did not invent. I did not invent it. Yes,
in the law, the committee is supposed to report to you, the Speaker. But now, since you are the chair, you can see that you are now reporting to yourself, which is still okay.
Don't worry, don't worry. Yes.
Honourable Speaker, the rules don't allow a member to start arguing with the chair while the session is on. I am raising on the point of procedure. That's why the Honourable Semuju is presenting a minority report, and he has all the rights to do that. But the rules provide for decorum, and should not use language which is objectionable. And I want to move under Rule 229, which says where the Speaker is of the opinion, and I want to invite you to form that opinion, that the words that have been used in debate are defamatory, indecent, unparliamentary, or undignified. The Speaker shall order that such words be expunged from the official record of Parliament. You have guided, Madam Speaker, that there is a world of difference between State House as a public office and President Yoweri Museveni and his family. Yes. For instance, I know we've been passing money under State House. That money is audited by the Auditor General. The report comes to Parliament. But the Honourable Semuju keeps insisting, trying to persuade us that the budget we allocate is for President Yoweri Museveni as a person. I find this objectionable.
There is nowhere they are saying the budget is for President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Let's leave that. Can you finish your report and give us? For us, we want to go. We want to go to the votes. Let's go to the votes.
Madam Speaker, this was going to be a presentation of 20 minutes.
Can you finish?
It is colleagues who are making it longer. Even me, I am tired. I want to finish. Madam Speaker and honorable members, State House is the creature of the emoluments and benefits of President, Vice President, and Prime Minister Act 2010. The second schedule provides for a free, facilitated State House. If you read the interpretation section, it even restricts the President to one wife, the interpretation section. I know you ruling party MPs love the President so much, but you have a duty to save him from himself and save the country from his family. Rubbish expenditure.
So you mean he has how many wives?
You know, I am reading a report. Now you're inviting me to debate. What you are asking me, Madam Speaker, is not in my report. I therefore urge you not to allow this colossal abuse of taxpayers' money by our dear leader. Good thing is, the president and his dear wife both earn a monthly salary. For once, let them use their salaries to finance their lives. The money you are spending on 2 old people is equivalent to what you are spending on 37% of the population under PDM, 15 million people. Ntungamo Coffee Factory, 167 billion. Being requested for in this supplementary is 67 billion for Mr. Nelson Tugume factory in Ntungamo. Baguma, sorry. The money is for, his name is Tugume, I made a mistake here. The money is for completion and operationalization of the Coffee Value Addition Park and for a power line. 60 billion is being requested for by Minister of Science and the 7 by Minister of Energy. How comes for Baguma nobody is standing to complain? Because I am also reading his name. Mind you, we have no legal relationship with this factory in which we have so far invested 112 billion and we are now adding another 67 billion. Remember, this coffee factory first received 37 billion 2023-2024 and 75 billion in this current budget. We are now giving it more through a supplementary. The accounting office of the Ministry of Science has told the budget committee today that they are in consultation with the Attorney General for purposes of establishing a legal relationship with this company. We are just putting their money and then what exists is a memorandum of understanding which the accounting officer promised to present to the committee, but the speed at which the committee was proceeding, we came here before he had returned. Finally, and this is to illustrate the earlier points, Umeme buyout. In the supplementary, there is a 725.42 billion for Umeme buyout. Energy Minister, the Honorable Nankabirwa, I hope nobody will complain again that I am putting names, told the budget committee that Umeme was demanding initially $225 million, which is 832.5 billion. But after an audit, it was reduced to 190.9 million, which is 725 billion. The Minister of Energy told the committee that in the case of ESCOM, when the concession ended, there was no buyout like the case is with Umeme. That's what happened with the Jacobson. Madam Speaker, because no serious scrutiny has done, even me, I was just trying, because I had 20 minutes to do a report, and I was doing a report, the matter was being called. So there are many things. Your duty today as colleagues is to subject every single request to the law. Is it unforeseen? Is it unavoidable? Is it an emergency? That's the duty you have on behalf of the country. If you betray the country, one day you'll have to answer. And I want to thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the report. And Honorable Katesh, I was referring you to number 36. The Minister of Local Government, 76.157 is what was requested. When you make an addition of the two, you get that amount. However, the committee recommends approval of 83.462. Is it an error?
Right, Honorable Speaker. The paragraph 36, vote 011, the correct amount 76.5157 billion, which is the split under 1 and 2, and so the recommendation of the committee should read 76.157 billion.
Then, can I, then?
Right Honorable Speaker.
Just a minute. 51.
51.
You've asked for 5 billion to UIA.
Yes.
But in your recommendation, you're talking about to NIRA. Whom are you giving money, NIRA or UAI?
Right Honorable Speaker, it's another typo. The committee recommendation is to provide 5 billion to vote 138, not 137. 138 is the Uganda Investment Authority.
Then 60.
Finally,
vote 837. But the vote you're giving money is 808. Which is the correct one?
the correct one is vote 837, Isingiro District.
Okay.
Not vote 898. Our sincere apologies.
Okay. Then, yes, Honorable Drea.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. Mine is a simple clarification, Chair, because I don't have a hard copy of the document. Somewhere you mentioned a figure of 87 billion.
87.4.
That is a
0.845.
Mandela
Yes.
Stadium. My clarification is, I would like to know the area or constituency where Mandela Stadium is. I believe it's within Chira municipality, and I also like to know whether in any way Mandela Stadium generates local revenue for Chira municipality.
NTR, yes.
Thank you.
Finance.
And I believe it's within Semuju's constituency. Is he against or is he in favor?
Madam Speaker, the correct figures under vote 00011, Ministry of Local Government, are the following: 7.3 billion as arrears for ex gratia and honoraria for lower local government council leaders. 2, 35.2 billion for vehicles for local political leaders, including district chairpersons, city and municipal mayors. And 3, 40.957 billion as external financing from the Islamic Development Bank for implementation of the local economic growth support project, totaling to 83.462 billion.
Okay. He was asking about NTR, whether you get money from Nambole, NTR. And there was a question from Honorable Adria Leon.
Madam Speaker, we get non-tax revenue from Mandela National Stadium. That goes to the consolidated fund.
Honorable Cow.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Clarification I seek from the Minister is on the expenditure within the 3% item 10, vote 018, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. This, Madam Speaker, Ataker Reunion Festival, which your good self participated actively, was conducted and...
I did not participate. I was here chairing the house. I wasn't there.
But which I'm sure you are aware of.
I am not aware of any expenditure. Don't put me into it.
Okay, much obliged, but which I'm sure it is common knowledge. This festival was conducted to its logical. Huh? Okay.
Honorable Musasisi, there is a question that they are asking about. They are taking money.
This festival was conducted to its logical conclusion without any shortfalls. I would like you to give the justification for smuggling 800 million additional.
And that was under the 3%.
Yeah, under the 3%.
Yes. Let him answer.
Madam Speaker, I thought Honorable Nambeshe has been here long enough to appreciate some of these dynamics. Under 3%, I am seeking retrospective approval by Parliament, meaning all these items that fall under 3%, we have already spent the money. And Atekere is one of the activities where we have already spent the money.
Honorable, under 41, the money which is going to Hoima Stadium, Akibwa Stadium, and whatever, will it hurt you if you gave us a breakdown of what goes where?
Madam Speaker, I prepared this summary for purposes of ease of reporting to Parliament. However, we can provide all the particulars.
Okay. Yes.
Speaker, I have a procedural issue.
Yes, Santa.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, given this supplementary report, I think as a country and Parliament, we have to plan better. But as I was scanning through, most of these issues are really of great importance. For example, AFCON and Akibwa in particular, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, when you look at ex gracias, it's also very important. Very important, Madam Speaker.
And the vehicles for LOC 5.
And the vehicles. And the money for the lower local governments. The clarification I wanted is whether this money is going for the LC1s, for the newly created town councils, which have not been getting their money. But otherwise, Madam Speaker, for me, because of the urgency of most of these matters coming before Parliament, I want to propose, after the clarification, that we move and we go vote by vote, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, let me get a clarification.
Madam Speaker, we have councillors which go as far as 2017 who are not receiving their ex gratia. This has been in arrears for some time, and it's what we are paying. We are not paying newly created administrative units. These are outstanding arrears for the councillors who are already recognized in the local government units.
And you know they have not been getting money. They have not been getting. At least is one good thing that way. Yes, there is a motion.
Motion. Right, Honorable Speaker. We have listened from the majority report and from the minority report. And I have looked at the length of this report. We need to look at these items one by one so that we select those that we know qualified to go through the gate. With that, I want to move a motion that, Right Honorable Speaker, you put a question for adoption of this report to allow us to go to Committee of Supply. I beg to move.
Seconded. Seconded. Seconded by Kubeketeria, by Honorable Bahati, Honorable Gwang, Honorable Kaberuka, Honorable Ilwelu, Honorable Afoyo Chan, Rita, Honorable Olanya, Honorable Alion, Honorable Macho, Waliomo, Honorable Bulisa, not Bulisa, Masindi, Workers, Ruhama, Honorable Kabanda, by the whole side. Yes, thank you. And Honorable, yes, by the whole side, including Honorable Akum. Yes. Honorable members, you've
The point of privilege.
Honorable members,
I
let's
sit on
first
Committee
finish.
on National Economy. In this question, there's a matter.
Honorable Taiwa first.